And currently right now we are out of chairs. So one. Okay. If you want to squeeze them in where you can, that'd be great. Anyway, so we are going to proceed with our meeting and call this meeting to order right now. If you will, please make sure that your cell phone is silenced. And we always start our meetings with the pledge of allegiance, so please stand for that. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I think most of you are new to this process. I am going to read what we call our adopted policy. And this is kind of just baseline rules for how we conduct this meeting. So our adopted policy of Berlin Township Zoning Commission is that each applicant or agenda item will be given 10 minutes or at the discretion of the chairperson to make a formal presentation. The chair will allow questions from the commission members in order to provide a timely and orderly discussion of business for consideration. Finally, the audience will then be given up to 3 minutes or at the discretion of the chairperson for each speaker to respond. Chairperson may limit repetitive debate, and all comments from the audience must be addressed to the chairperson. So we will begin with the applicant describing what they're applying for. The commission will then ask questions, and then we will have public comment. And our objective is to have everybody who wishes to comment to have the opportunity to do so. So please be patient with us. A big crowd, as you can see. And once again, thank you for being here.
Can I make one comment? Darcy, there's quite a bit of space over here so that you can get away from the door if you would like to, because that might continue to get crowded. If anyone wants to come and kind of fill up in this area, feel free to. You're good, wherever you can fit.
Lisa, can you verify that this meeting is advertised?
Sure. Yeah, in the October 28th, 2023 Delaware Gazette.
We have minutes from our October 24th meeting. I'm sorry. Roll call, please.
Oh, roll call, yeah. Darcy Kaplan.
Here.
Angela Brown.
Here.
Jenny Sullis.
Here.
Keith Gosha. Jasper DeChristopher.
Here.
Kara Shields. Here.
Anyway, I want to move on to our meeting minutes from October 24th. Did everybody get a chance to review those? Anyone want to make a motion to accept those?
I'll make a motion to approve minutes from our last meeting.
I'll second the motion.
Ms. Brown.
Yes.
Ms. Sullis.
Yes.
Mr. DeChristopher.
Yes.
Ms. Kaplan.
Yes. So we do have before us an application. It is BZC 22-005, filed by John Angelo Burke of D'Angelo Builders LLC, 7034 Africa Road, Galena, Ohio 43021. The applicant is requesting an administrative review for the overlay district Old Cheshire Plan Unit Development, parcel 418-410-01-069-000 and 418-410-01-070-000, plus or minus 11 acres vacant land situated on the south side of Cheshire Road, east of East Street in the village of Cheshire, for a mixed-use traditional village blend of all the elements of OCPUD, or the Old Cheshire Plan Unit Development known as Cheshire North. You all would like to proceed?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Brian Hutt, legal counsel for D'Angelo Builders LLC. Our team appreciates the opportunity to appear this evening and discuss this proposal. The proposal is to develop approximately 11 acres into a mixed-use community comprised of up to 45 residential dwelling units, active and passive open space, and commercial uses permitted under the zoning code. This community would be formed as a condominium, which means that individual units would be exclusively owned by the unit owners, and common elements would exist that are maintained by an association at the expense of those unit owners. It also means that the unit owners and their guests and invitees would be subject to whatever restrictions, covenants, and conditions contained in the governing documents, and those would, of course, align with whatever standards are in the approved development text. We have submitted a detailed plan and text for the development, And those items reflect that this proposal falls within the standards for the Old Cheshire Planned Unit Development District Overlay, as well as the township's comprehensive plan, including specifically the recommendations for planning area 9, where this property is located. We are here for an administrative review this evening and hopefully approval on our development plan, and we are happy to answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Any other further presentations, points that you would like to make?
I could go through the particulars of the project. My name is John Burke. I am Angelo Builders. I had met back here, I think it was in May, that we went through some concept ideas that I had for the property. I wasn't sure how the OC PUD was, how it overlaid was to be applied to the property itself. I read through the rules, took some of the feedback that we had. Specifically, I was looking for a taller building at that time, and I went through and looked at all the regulations and what would be required if I tried to rezone it to another district, and just felt that I needed to work with the heights that are there. We addressed some of the lighting issues that another homeowner had brought up at that meeting, and then tried to reorganize the buildings in discussions with Delaware County. I had originally had 3 exits onto Cheshire Road, and they only wanted me to have 2, and they wanted it to be spaced a certain distance. So I redid that. We talked to the EPA about what we're going to need in order to have our detention ponds and the water to exit underneath. Basically, it's a time-released system that we'll do so that we're not going to have to enlarge the pipe. Our ponds will retain any excess water and then release it slowly over time. Ultimately, what I come down to on this, for this presentation here, is the original acreage. Oh, sorry. You can see. The original acreage, most of the properties have a 30-foot setback. Delaware County is intent on taking another 20 feet from everybody and widening that road sometime in the future. When that is, they're not sure. Typically, when they do that, they will pay you a sum for your property in order to take that when they decide they need it. But as a developer, if we start to develop something and they have us donate that land to them. We also did a traffic study to determine if there was a turn lane required. We would need a turn lane in and out of our subdivision. We would deposit sums with them, and then they would decide when that turn lane needed to be built. With that idea, our buildings were originally set up to be at that 30-foot setback, which matches a lot of the buildings that already exist in the commercial area of the village of Cheshire. And what would end up happening is we're going to end up being about 10 feet from that right of way. That doesn't mean the road's going to come all the way to there. We may have a situation where the road 20 years, 30 years down the road may be like that. Initially, that bothered me, and then I realized that that's exactly the same situation that you would find in downtown Westerville, Sunbury, Delaware, and even the city of Dublin. So the road may grow in size as more traffic comes through there, and eventually we would end up with downtown shops, which is what I was trying to design the building to look like to begin with. We also identified a piece of wetlands here that will mitigate so we can move over to our pond. What I decided I wanted to do was, with the idea of us just being a village, is that you're coming in at a commercial density down at Cheshire in Africa. And as you're leaving, I wanted to continue here with some office retail buildings, hopefully a restaurant. I don't plan on running any of those things, but I hope that we could build something and then somebody would want to come and use the building or buy the building outright, since it is a condominium project. We wanted to have a park in here as a buffer between the people that will be living here. And then we were going to do a public park area so that people could come and play. There's going to be some basketball courts there. I've got some bocce courts up in this corner that I'm hoping to tie in with the restaurant use. We do a lot of, we play bocce down at G. Marco's, and that seems to be a lot of fun for everybody to come out for the evenings. But then over here, as you're leaving, you're transitioning back to the residential. So I wanted to keep the residential stuff on this side of the property. I've tried to, here I really wanted to illustrate that we've tried to include some on-street parking as you drive through the subdivision. I've got parking laid out that pretty much isn't going to change, other than maybe that if the design of the building changes slightly. This area here too will just depend on that. But in talking with Delaware, we had sized our buildings to be no more than 10,000 square feet for the commercial section, although we may have some residential or hotel rooms above that people can have. And by hotel rooms, I mean we would not have an extended stay situation there, which would make them dwellings. We're capped overall to 45 or 46 dwellings max, depending on the math. Realistically, we can jump ahead here, I've only got layouts for between 30 to 40 units that I feel comfortable with. Rather than coming in for a set number of units, in our last two subdivisions, what we've done is we've asked for a range so that we could then let the market dictate what people are looking for. Are they all looking for a single family type home? This is more of your Epcon style that we've laid out here. In here, we've gone to an alley load in this area. I've still kept the single family homes here. And then the most dense 40 units, I've gone to twin singles along the perimeter. Still kept the triplexes in the center and front. These are alley load homes similar to, I forgot that, Evans Farms. So, this is an overview. What you would see, this is a continuation here and here of what would you see if you stood on the road and drove by the piece. This is in relationship to the shires that's going in. I've done a couple models for some houses for what they're going to have, and then I wanted it to reflect what they were going to see. Part of the redesign was to keep the park closer to the entrance of the shires. Their commercial building here would only be looking at this one commercial building here. Our other commercial is farther, but they have a stand of trees that would block that view. And then, of course, there's additional commercial space as you get closer to Africa Road. These are some of the designs we've presented in Westerville. These are the houses we're currently doing a subdivision over off of 23 that's going to have 40 of the same type of designs. They average between 30 to 40 foot. Epcon is design is basically a 40 by 65 to 70 foot. Most of our pads are either 40 by 66 or 35 by 66 throughout. The only thing that would change would be the alley loaders. Those are all on 120 foot lots, and then parking's in the alley, and then they have front porches to the front. I do all my own designs. I have a bad habit of not building the same house twice. So even though we may start with one of these, I may change a gable, I may change the insides, even if the exterior look the same. The inside would probably have a lot of different features, even if they're side by side. Part of that is that I enjoy building custom homes. The other part is I've really never been a fan of homes where you go into subdivisions and every single one of them looks like you've got 5 models to choose from, and they just mix them up. So I want something that looks a little bit nicer. Most of these homes are designed for first floor masters, specifically our 35 foot. Our 40 could support a ranch. You could have 2 bedrooms down in addition to the master, but you can also go up if you want, and you could also finish the basement to the lower level. The land doesn't really have an area where we'd have a walkout, but you can still finish the basement. This is an example of the same homes that you see here that we did in Westerville, 2 and 3, and actually even a 4-plex there. I wanted to stay in the 1, 2, 3 family because it's more like a single family home. And actually falls under the single-family residential code. The fourplex falls under the Ohio Building Code. It's more of a commercial design. These are some of the designs that have been twinned. You can see what they look like. Most of our houses, we try to stay with a 10-12 or 12-12 pitch to the front. We'll do a 6-12 front to back. In some cases, we'll have a 4-12 for a dormer. For the alley loading houses, I'd seen some cottages that I thought looked really nice. They all have front porch courtyards. I've tried to duplicate that on the drawing, but I really haven't finished those drawings just yet. So the ones I have there are pretty simple, but I'll end up having some architectural features that we'll put on there. To me, what I'd like to see as you drive down that road is I want to say a farmhouse style, similar to the barns and stuff that you see with the board and batten, mix in some siding with it. I try and stay away from vinyl, but I have it allowed in our text just in case, because again, we're going with market conditions. But we would still have, I believe it's 30% natural materials, stone or stucco on the front, or stone or brick on the front, and then we would balance it with the other details. We were also going to have a post office. I thought this was a nice feature over in Evans Farms. I'm not sure why they didn't put any parking spaces near that post office, but what I'd like to do is put, instead of having you stand outside to get your mail, in the one facility that we have, I'd like to have an area that you can get your mail, and then we have a meeting room or an exercise facility to really need to get some ideas and see where they want to go with that. I don't think the area would support a swimming pool, only because it's only 46 people. That's a rather large expense. I'm not sure how important that is, because whenever I drive by swimming pools, I don't see that many people out there to justify everybody having that expense. I've done some concept drawings. These are the same buildings I'd initially represented. This was open as a pavilion below. I'm probably going to close that up now, and I don't know that I will have the second story on there. I wanted to keep the water wheel design to match the theme of the Cheshire Mills, the mills that used to be in this area. I included a small playground and twin bocce courts, and then a basketball court. We had talked about that last time I was here. There's a basketball court over by Glen Ross. It's like 3 courts, so you can't, the way they're arranged, you can't really play a full court game, but you get 3 half courts in there, and I thought that was really nice as well. Alternately, I know pickleball is really popular, but I just read an article about people getting upset with all the ping pong of the ball wrapping, going around through their subdivision all the time. I'm sure some people feel that same way about basketball. The one building that's on the corner, I had designed to look like a building in downtown Dublin. Basically starting off with some shops, having different shops in here in Dublin. These, although they look like separate buildings, they actually mix and match. Some people bleed over into them. At the meeting before, I did not have these gables on there. I added that because ultimately I felt if we had anybody staying above, they're going to want some private parking so that their vehicles aren't out there with everybody else's that's attending any of the offices or restaurants and shops that are there. For the other building, I wanted to blend the barn style building with a more commercial type look. For this, I used Brewburgers down off of Cleveland Avenue. It has a really nice interior open themed concept. Scott owns the Tavern at the Creek that's around the corner. He's kind of maxed out at that area. We've talked about moving around and doing something larger here. I also happen to own the license for the name, the Branding Iron, old restaurant that used to be here. Again, I don't want to run that restaurant, but I'd like to find somebody that would run that. That was a very nice restaurant that we had years ago over in the city of Delaware. These are some of the examples of the materials that we use typically on our houses. These are some other homes that I've built, but whether I'm building large or small, we're using primarily the same materials throughout. Again, I do all my own designs, so you see a lot of angles, gables, and peaks. This is an example of our garage doors, different types of therma-true doors that we've been using, and this is a passive light that we've been using. There's a couple other styles that we would have. I'm not sure if we would have an overall packet that we would present to you that has a list of things that are allowed. Some, like out in Dublin, they're very particular about every single thing being listed. I haven't really talked to anyone about, I know you have an architectural review here, but I'm not sure how that exactly works, or if we would do that in-house like an HOA does, and then present it to you, and then you would check to make sure that we're following those standards. But I figured we could work out those details. The rest of this presentation is, like, this is our landscaping plan that we've put together preliminarily for the site. It does not include the street trees that we will put in with each of the houses that we'll be building, but it shows where our trees and bushes should be in relationship to the roads and building structures. This is our engineer's designs. This actually shows our building footprints that we would have in those three areas. Here I talked about where we diverged from the standards for this. I figure we can get into that a little bit later. The other thing I wanted to mention is I went back and took an aerial map of the area, and I highlighted in blue the houses that are contiguous to our piece or look directly at it. The lighter blue are people that look across another lot or through a stand of trees, but they still have some element that they would be affected by it. Again, this is commercial. These are residential. These are commercial. This is residential. I'm not sure what they're doing with this. And then we have our residential houses here. And then I specifically highlighted these houses that back up against the property. But one thing I'd noticed, I went back and took our original drawing that we looked at on the other page, and I added some trees to give a feel for what's going on in here. One thing I noticed is that with the stand of trees that we're going to keep around the perimeter, here we're going to supplement some of the trees we take down here. What you're going to see is you really can't see the houses already that are there. And by the time we put our houses in and then plant additional trees, I think only during the winter time, because those are deciduous, they're not all evergreens. I don't think anybody's going to see the houses that we have here or impact them, because we have the same rear yard setback that those houses have as well. So I tried to be very sensitive to that here. Again, I tried to be sensitive to what they're going to be seeing here and keep the commercial over here, which is where all the rest of the commercial is. Last slide that I have here, I just wanted to show you, this was the building that I have planned for this area. This is a reverse of the building. If you drove into downtown Dublin, you would see this is Jenny's Ice Cream on the corner here. Directly across from there was another building. I still go back and forth with taking that corner building out and creating more of a courtyard effect as you come in from East Street, walking between the two buildings. This would still be about the same length. This is Brewburgers as well, so you can see how it's similar to the other building. And they had some fountains that I saw across the street, so that's why I included those fountains in our pond as well, because I think it would be a nice feature there. So that's really it for my presentation. I'd wait to hear some questions if anybody has.
I always start if I'm there. Jasper, you're up.
I guess I'll start with just some basic questions as I kind of went through the plan. And you mentioned before the wetlands.
Yes.
Are you doing the typical where you're gonna buy or work with Ohio to reestablish those wetlands somewhere else? Or are you moving them within the actual, like?
I'm pretty sure I'll be paying some money
Okay.
for whatever it is they'll specifically require. Our last site, we had areas that we needed to mitigate, but we had other areas that we were doing things in that offset that. So there wasn't any specific dollar amount or I've heard of, buying wetlands from other areas in order to make sure that your net wetlands stays the same. So it's a very small area, and if the land was being farmed, it wouldn't have registered as a wetland at all, but it's sat for a number of years, and there's a drainage route that runs through there. You can easily see it and you can walk through it, so it was understandable.
Okay.
I was actually surprised it wasn't in the tree line itself, so.
On the, takes me a while because I gotta find the specific drawing. On your landscape drawing, I did have a question. You show a 6-foot tall screening fence, but when I looked at the drawing, it was, obviously it's this one. It was a little tough for me to figure out exactly. I could tell that the 6-foot fence seemed as though it was gonna be behind the commercial, but I couldn't tell if it continued onward.
I don't have a good answer for that because one of the things I know is missing from there is where are we putting our trash? So probably a couple of those parking spaces, I need to build a trash area. I'd assume that fence was for me to corral that or hide it from the general public view. I don't have plans to put a perimeter fence around it. I think our development text talks about some fencing that could be applied to the yards, or some privacy fencing that could be applied at the time that home is built. But I don't have any perimeter fencing in mind at this time.
Okay, and that was more for clarification because I just couldn't necessarily discern from the drawing.
Sure.
Now, it mentions in our zoning text the size of the actual dwellings.
Yes.
You didn't mention anywhere in any of the documentation I had that there was any kind of divergence on the size.
I would be above those minimums.
Make sure.
Yeah, most of our houses will probably be around 1,600 square feet. It just gets a little uncomfortable to build something smaller than that. Now, the rooms above the commercial might be near those minimums, but I still think it's hard to be below 1,200 square feet because those rooms may not have like a kitchen area. It's set up like a hotel. You have a shared area that we will use probably down on the first floor. You don't need as much space.
You had mentioned in the presentation, but I may have seen in the documentation, you were mentioning that it is all dwellings other than the ones above the commercial buildings would be condominiums, so they'd all be open.
Those would be, well,
Above the commercial would be
yeah,
maybe a hotel, but section A, let's
say we build 36 units over in the residential side. We go with that style of homes. Then we still have 9-10 homes that could be built. We just don't have space for them. So we could build those. That's why I've got the garages over there. We could put some rooms up above, or some actual residences, condominiums above there that people can own and stay. If you were a real estate agent or an insurance agent to work, have a place that you can stay up above and stay right there. Work there and then stay up above. At that point, you'd want a garage for privacy for your vehicles and stuff.
But the residence, this kind of the standalone area, the area A, your plan was all condominium, no like rental type property there.
Well, the code allows up to 25%. So that would mean I could have no more than 11 units that would be rentals. Everything else would be for sale. In a perfect world, it's all going to be over that commercial because that's really what we're designing. But I also have homes that we rent as well. The piece that we're doing on 23 has 3 lots that back up to 23. feel they're gonna be very undesirable as single-family homes. But if I could put a triplex in there on each of those lots, then I can have something that blocks the sound for the single-family homes. I've got a nice triplex, I think, designed for those homes. So I'll probably end up owning those myself and then selling them off as 3-family units later on.
The materials and exteriors, you did mention vinyl. We're not really, I would imagine the OC doesn't mention vinyl. It may not mention vinyl in there, but it's not something we typically allow anymore.
I'm fine with that.
Item.
City of Delaware allowed it if it was over 0.45 mil thick, which is more of an architectural style of vinyl. No different than Highland Lakes has some high-end areas that have vinyl siding on them, but you wouldn't know it unless you walked up and touched it.
You mentioned a walking path along Cheshire, and you kind of referenced our club a few times. With the comprehensive land use plan, kind of speaks more to an actual like multi-use path that's going to follow along Cheshire. That's kind of one of the corridors that we're looking to do a multi-use path.
Inside the 10 feet or outside of it, because Delaware gave me some funny answers about that, the county. They told me that they would force me to build it. If I was forced to build it, they'd be perfectly happy with that. But otherwise, they would put it on their property. But I'm not allowed to build it on their property. And they don't want me building inside that 20 feet, even though you figure that 20 feet is going to have grass and those telephone poles in it for probably another 20 years. So my preference would be for that path to be in that right of way. They're not planning on putting an 8-lane highway down there. They're planning on expanding it to, I think, 4 lanes, 3 lanes first, and then possibly 4.
So get into parking.
Yes.
Parking, you did a lot of calculations on the number of parking spots you were going to put in.
Yes.
Especially around the commercial kind of area B. On area A, when I look at the calculations, your numbers kind of work out, but I just wondered a couple of clarifications. You mentioned for the front loading, you'll have the 2 spots in the garage.
Plus 2 outside.
Plus 2 outside.
Yes.
On the alley loading.
We were gonna have 2 in the garage and then 1 that you could park sideways in front of that garage, which is similar to how we've seen in alleys. So that makes us 1 short on those 18 houses, but I have 26 on-street parking spots scattered throughout just the section A, so area A. So when you add that aggregate up, it still comes up above 4 per dwelling unit that would be in that area.
I do have some concerns on that concept of a side load in front of somebody's garage. Just because of the logistics of it. That gives me some pause as far as having that be an actual considered space. Just because you're blocking that entire area. And
Sure.
It's, if you think about the neighborhoods and everything else, front loading, you're pulling in, that side load just well along that alley. I'm concerned about with what we know happens, people pulling in and parking, that you're gonna have some issues there. It'll be after everyone moves in, obviously, but it's kind of pre-planning to try to avoid it. So that does give me some concern from a safety standpoint, because of the way that's gonna block all the traffic in.
Sure. The garages can be moved back and give 20 feet, so the 2 cars additionally could park there as well. It's at the expense of the rear yard space that a home could have if they did a detached. They wanted a detached garage that gave them a space that was more private because they wouldn't be in view of everyone. But I could adapt either. My feeling was that, so the problem houses are the ones that butt along Cheshire. you're not gonna park in front of Cheshire and get out and visit them, so you're gonna drive around back or park on some of the side streets. The other one that faces, the interior street, has parking all along the front, so those guests would be able to pull in, park, get out and go in. I don't know that they need, that additional parking space behind. But I do understand your concerns and I can go either way.
Your landscaping plan, I liked area C, which was in the plan, which is kind of commercial. I thought that had some nice work behind it. I am a little, you mentioned street trees for the residential area. I'm a little apprehensive because there's really no detail on any landscaping for any of the residential. So right now, when I look at the plan, I see buildings, but I see nothing else. And that, in the example you gave for one of the pictures on where you have the Bentley Commons condominiums,
Yes.
when I look at those, that's what I'm seeing, and that's what I'm fearful of seeing, is that you have a lot of building on that property in the residential area,
Yes.
and it's very close. The setbacks are closer than the code is looking at. The building distances are only about 10 feet apart, as far as your text said, and then this, with the setbacks, what I'm seeing is, as these buildings get built, there's really no room for any kind of, I mean, the street tree next to the sidewalk, you might have space, but outside of that, there's nothing that gives me any indication that there could even be any other landscaping. And so that, the plan, I mean, you may have plans for it, but you didn't actually show it in any of your documentation, so I can't gauge what might be there.
Sure.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So typically, you're not gonna have landscaping in front of the garage. You're not gonna have landscaping in front of the entrance to the front door. That takes away about 24 feet. You have a 34 or 35-foot home, you've got 11 more feet to put some landscaping in. So you figure you're gonna have, we'll wrap our landscaping around the side is what we normally do. So you'll have about a 4-foot bed to the right of the garage that wraps around. You'll have a small little 2-foot bed, almost extends to 4 because that's where the steps will be as it comes. And then we'll have landscaping that goes down and takes the turn. If it's a front porch, it's gonna return 6 to 8 feet that's there. If it's the building, it's gonna wrap 2 feet, the same as our brick and stone would. I think those are that is described in my development text, but you're right, I don't have, I probably need to put together an exhibit.
This?
Yeah.
Okay. We just got the development text today, so.
That's okay. So what we had initially submitted, I looked back at everybody that came before the board, and it seems like they go through the articles and just answer questions, which is good, because you can look at exactly at the code there as you're seeing what their answers are. But every other place I've had, in the end, we come up with a development text that represents what you're allowed to do in that area. So that when we submit a house, the zoning officer simply needs to go back to the development text. Are we meeting everything in his or her opinion? If that's correct, then he would approve us. If he has something that he disagrees with, he would tell us about it, and we can either cure it or explain our reasoning. If we still lose out, then our last resort would be to go back before the board itself and present it to you and see if it's something that's acceptable. Otherwise, I'm expecting them to look at those particular details, and that probably goes along with the architectural board. Like I said, I had not talked to anybody from them, so I don't know how your role is. I know I never dealt with that when I built in Sherman Lakes. It was all HOA. Summerwood was HOA, and Harbor Point was HOA. So I didn't actually deal with an architect board through the township for what we're going to do, but I'm assuming it's because we satisfied when we brought our plans in, it satisfied them, so it satisfied you. And maybe we would have the same process where we would need to stamp it, but I'm sure you still want to review it and make sure that we're dotting the i's and crossing our T's.
Yeah, and I think it's that extra detail, it's in here, we just haven't
Well,
necessarily.
I think it's not an exhibit, which would always be
Okay.
nicer for you to see, exactly what's going to be in it. Because I know there's an area where I talk about houses that are where the side is exposed, that we will have, I think it's up to 50% landscaping will extend down that side. Again, to make sure that where like people are parking, you're just not looking at a sided house. You've got a couple trees, some landscaping that runs down that side. I didn't want it to be 100% because then I thought it would look overbearing in comparison with the rest of the neighborhood.
And then I kind of hinted in there along the ways, but I also have some concerns around the setbacks. That based on what we have in the text and what's being proposed, the setbacks are less, and in some cases, quite a bit. So I am worried that the housing side of it is pushing into those setback areas, which then that kind of led into my landscaping. Like as you take away some of that setback, you're losing the ability to do other stuff other than building. So you're creating more and more impervious space. I'm less concerned about the rear setbacks because you've got the rear setbacks for the code. And on the alleyway, just because of the way those two alleys face each other, a little less concerned other than the parking issue. But on probably mostly the front, for the code, we're at like 30 feet and you're looking at half that. So I've got some pause on that. You're pushing things forward to kind of fit some buildings in.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned you've got some options on like 30, 36, 40, so you've got different ones, but when I look at it, most of what you have shown as your presentation is really geared towards the full 40, I think, units in residential area A.
Most of those, were actually 30 units. The ones in Benton Commons were 28.8 in width.
So I have some concerns about the fact that you're pushing into those setbacks. I'd like to see them kind of get back to where the code they are. So I need to
The
think
code
about that.
actually says that we're allowed to have setbacks that vary within our PUD. The PUD actually reflects what the comprehensive plan asks for the setbacks to be in that OCPUD area, which is smaller, tighter lots and configurations. But you can't do that if you don't bring buildings closer.
Right, but even within that OCPUD, in a couple of places specifically around the front setbacks, you're still
For
under
lots.
those for the lot, for
But
the
I
buildings.
lots.
Right, but you're still under for the building. Like that front setback for a building is still under what that 30 foot is. I understand that you're kind of talking about, you don't really have lots.
Well, it says it's 4 lots. It says that 30 foot is specifically 4 lots, not for not lots. So we have a situation where you're wanting a downtown, midtown feel, but you want setbacks that are rural, and we're not rural, we're the village. We're trying to create something that reflects the village lifestyle of living, and you really can't get that if you're setting the houses back at the same distance that you do in the rural parts of the township. So like the subdivision behind us is a 2 to 3 dwelling units per acre. That's the max. They have their public roads, so they have sidewalks on either side. They're following those codes. If you go down to Summerwood, it's 1 acre lots. They don't have sidewalks, but they have a drainage ditch running across on either side, running through there. Village of Cheshire is downtown. I would expect downtown to be a little tighter. And I think that's even what your two comprehensive plans have called for. 2010 and 2023.
They're tighter, but I still think you might be even tighter than what they kind of call for.
Well, lastly, I would say the 15 foot is for front porches. It's part of the building that juts out past the garage. The basis of the house is going to be at that 21 foot, which gives us room for the cars. 21 from the curb, 21 from the sidewalks, if it's a front loader.
Yeah, I think that's list. Next.
I do, just to start off, I do like the overall design, and we have had some general difficulties in this area where there have been, not to get into the logistics of it, but, some undesired, uses going into this area. So I applaud you for bringing something that I think would be good for the village of Cheshire, a mixed use. And we've had this, we've talked a lot about the old Cheshire Plan Unit Development District, and haven't really been able to use it much. So this is nice to kind of see it in action. I think this is the type of project that it's designed for this blending and creation of mixing residences and creating that village feel where it's walkable. It's got a nice sense of community and building that within that area. It's just really designing it well so that we can perfect it and make it usable for the existing residents and making it nice. So I do applaud you for bringing this. Let's see. Where to start? Let's see. Some of the notes that I might have already been, because I know you had submitted the second text, might have already answered some of my questions, so let me just look through my notes here. I was a little bit, I know that Jasper had already asked about the parking in the residential and his concerns. I guess I'm just looking at the parking in the commercial area. How many spaces total are provided in the commercial area?
Let me go back to that page I had.
Page 5.
So I had broken the parking out. Sorry,
Okay.
I can't see. I've broken the parking out for parallel parking, by road, single parking at 90 degree, and then tandem parking. What we would have as we go throughout here. We've got 152 on-street parking spaces along the private streets. We've included 3 at this entrance, 3 here and here that are parallel. As you come in here, there's parallel parking here, there's 3 here, and then a row that runs across the front here. We have some overflow parking over here for guests
I'm not
as
sure
well.
she can see it.
I can see.
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
You're good.
And then, I'm sorry, this parking here, I'd actually designed, one of the problems that I was worried about was boaters coming in with their boats. So I was actually gonna color code my lines. Every 2 spaces will fit the average boat and a car towing a boat, so that we can have people come in and park. And then I wanted to keep this loop so the boats wouldn't have to go through our subdivision. They could turn around and come back out. Of course, if you park here, you can just turn and come out. But that would take care of that. I figured most people would gravitate, in cars would gravitate to the closest parking spaces, and that should leave some there in the afternoons, evenings when people are coming off the lake and they want to stop by. But again, if there's a restaurant there that they want to stop by and get something to eat or have a drink or so.
Okay. And then coming in on Bryant Street, there's the retention ponds are on either side of that,
Yes,
and then there's a fence around that.
I wanted to put a wall,
A wall,
an actual
okay.
wall around there. So I wouldn't have to worry about people falling
Okay.
in.
Okay. How high was that going to be?
About 3.5 feet high. And it's open towards the road, so it's just three sides that would have the walls, and then the land would naturally slope down, so if you needed to go in and work on the ponds, you could gain access that way.
And then I think just to add in, I think your drawing has some grasses around the wall, so it's not just a bare wall that you'd be looking at, so to speak. At least it shows that.
I've got some landscaping that
Yeah.
you can put around that. The other side's gonna be about 8 or 9 feet tall to where the water is, just because the height we have, the water will change about 5 feet as it ebbs and flows. The road is actually a bridge. There'll be water retained underneath there as well.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask about. Sorry. What are your There was some text in here about if, I'm not sure where. Yeah, you can just come back to me, I'm sorry, go ahead, Angela.
Okay. So I really do love this concept. I know we were too tall before, we were too tall.
Yes.
I loved the look of those. So it makes me sad, but also I need to comply. So, when you mentioned that you're going to now, because they're gonna come down where you have the one, barn that was open underneath. Do you
Yes.
still have a portion of it that is open, so it will feel more like a gathering space? I know that was the idea.
I'm not opposed to that. Currently in the subdivision that I'm working in now, the building that I drew was an open pavilion with the mail room next to it. The back of the mail room was a fireplace, place for a grill, and then it was open. But I have another spot in that same subdivision that we could build a pavilion only, and sorry, down below there, I was gonna put an exercise room or a meeting room so that people didn't have to meet in their houses, they'd have a separate place for an HOA meeting. Well, now that I'm starting to get the roads in, I'm looking at how close everything is to where the mailbox is, would I be better off moving the exercise room upstairs and just building the pavilion separately?
Okay.
I'm not sure which one I should do, so I'm asking. I have one customer right now that has picked out his lot, we designed his house. So I'm asking him, I'm asking other people, what do you want to see? Should I wait and let more people have a say in what goes in there? Because I can have all the ideas in the world, but if nobody wants it,
Sure.
it doesn't serve them. Just like that, like the swimming pool. I see them all around, that everybody wants a swimming pool, but anybody that has a swimming pool after about year 3, unless you're a diehard swimming pool person, the cover doesn't come off 1 year and suddenly it's never used again. So same thing with exercise equipment. Everybody has exercise equipment in their own home that they're not using. It'd be nice to have an area that's separate from your home, and you're only having to pay 1/40th of the cost for that equipment and 1/40th of the maintenance, the cleaning. It's nice to get away from the house, like you said, walkable community where people could walk over and use that. I wondered if someone might want to put an exercise facility over in the commercial section, because again, we're going to see who comes and wants to make use of that space. So that would be duplicitous at that point. So I'm fine with the direction that if you said, leave it open, I'd be glad, to do that, because I can tell anybody that that's what I was told to do, if they wanted me to do something.
I mean, I think by the size of the building, it felt like it might be too big to be kind of an open area just for the public, so I think it would be fine if you did that and moved that to the building for the people that were within the condominium association. I do like the idea of still having that feel, so if there is somewhere else that you have that on here, I think that would be.
Yeah, I could probably cut that building in half, because I don't know that they need that much space, and then build a small pavilion. There's one over in Everett Barn over in
Yes.
Westerville that is, I think, 24 by 30. It's a decent size. You can fit about 2-3 families in there. I like the idea of the pavilion because you have some shelter. If you're out there, whether you're playing basketball or playing with the kids or walking the dog, it's nice to have a separate place. And I would like to keep that separate from the building that the residents actually use. So I'm not opposed to doing something like that.
Okay, going back to the mailboxes, you are going to get parking at the mailboxes.
Oh, yeah.
You committed
I
to,
think there's
okay.
16,
Okay,
24 spots.
okay, perfect, all right. When I look at the overall number, where you have the 30, 36, 40, I don't love the idea of there being twin singles along the back. I know that it probably felt right from the perspective of putting them back there away from Cheshire Road, but I don't like them from the resident standpoint of the existing residences. And I don't know if there's an option to have a couple of them, but I know one of the things that we usually look at, and again, this is different because they're not individual lots, but what we try to do is, as we're looking at an existing neighborhood and what their yards look like and what's going to be backing up to them, even though there's trees, how that feels to the existing residents
Sure.
of how many yards or patios and all that they can see. I think if you were to go down to even the 30s, where you have 36 versus the 40, being able to have those individual there would feel better. basically.
That's actually what we did in Glen Conic over on 23, is we made it so that the single family homes backed up to the single
Yes.
family homes.
Yes.
And then that's 36. That would give me basically 10 units, so all the rentals would be over in the commercial, and we would end up, all those would be for sale. The 30 is if the alley loads are all single family as well. I'm fine with that too.
That would be
That's-
wonderful, honestly.
if that's
to
what-
put 30 in there.
Everyone preferred, I mean, the numbers still work for me. That the 40-foot, like I said, the Epcot style is that sweet spot if you're aiming for retirees. They still have a nice sized master. They have maybe one bedroom and an office on that same floor. Some Roman Allen Hughes has a set of homes that they build where it's a first floor master or a den, and then they have a couple bedrooms upstairs. But most of them leave open, so it's a nice big loft, and they use it as a play area.
Yeah.
Actually, a larger office is what I've seen in a couple of units, so they can get away from each other. And I like that concept of 40-foot wide gives you more creativity. But the 35-foot wide home we have is also very nice as well. But it's a first floor master. It's not going to be a ranch style. So.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I strongly encourage that we don't go to the 40 dwelling.
Sure.
We stay with the 36 to 30. I know that even though you said that the ones on the two sets of alley loading residences, if you were to look at the 36 one off of the Duckworth Pass, the ones that were facing Cheshire, so when you pulled around and you pulled in, the car would be facing Cheshire Road versus the opposite ones. I think for those, if we could get those all, I know we say green space, we say patio space, right, all in your yard, but having it so close, from my perspective, the safety and ensuring that if they have guests come over, not so much for the.
You're talking about
the
the garage.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
garages, the parking spot, because I definitely, the ones along, Nettleby Lane, they do have those spots out front, but if they have someone visiting for, if they have, one of their adult children come in and stay, their family
Sure.
come and stay, and then they have someone else's local come over, you're starting to use all of those extra spaces and not having to have to walk too far. So it would be nice to be able to have those garages pulled back in
Have
a
a
little
20.
bit and have a full 20.
Yes.
Yeah. Along with that, we do try to, and especially I think in this situation, we always ask for mounding to be put between neighborhoods, when you have existing and new, or some type of,
Mounding?
mounding, yes.
Okay.
So like a 3-foot mound, basically, that as you're, when you're further away, and you can plant some trees on top of it, some more evergreen trees on top of it. That way, as they start to fill out, your vantage point, you're further back, you see less of the house, especially because they're.
So you're talking to
based
the
on
east?
that. I'm talking to
To
the
the
south,
south?
so, and I'm terrible with directions, by the way. You can give me a compass, I'm still gonna get it right. So along Nettleby Lane, those houses that are gonna back to Meadows at Cheshire,
Yes.
if we were to have mounding behind those, between the ones on Nettleby Lane and Meadows at Cheshire, those backyards, that usually we like to say some type of landscaping barrier, basically. And I know you mentioned putting some more trees there. Maybe if you do put trees, have them be evergreen trees, so that way, they can, as they start filling in, then it can create more of a barrier too, in here too.
The first thing I need to do, I actually have not gotten to the edge of that property line to see, there's a lot of trees that are on the other property,
Yes.
their properties, the residents' properties.
Yeah.
But some trees bleed over onto ours, so if they were, let's say that they're 10 feet from the property line, there's already these trees. For me to come in and try to put a hill through there would mean I'd need to take those trees that are already there
That's true.
out. I'd rather fill those in as we see fit. And I think evergreens are better for a year-round masking.
And that would be
privacy.
fine, because I definitely don't want you killing the roots of those trees.
Yeah, and then we only have the 30 foot that we have, that the houses won't have patios inside that 30 foot. Any
Okay.
patio they have will be either the house will be built back from the 30 feet and the patio put there, or the patio will be a covered patio that's part of the ranch
The actual
concepts
construction,
that
okay.
we built.
Okay.
So that 30 foot is our utility easement for
Okay.
electricity to run
Yep.
around. It's also a drainage swale
Okay,
for us to take care of drainage between it. And then that last 10 feet is really the buffer, and, but if there's already trees in that buffer, I don't know if you have a tree person here like the city of Delaware has or Westerville. I would just meet them on site and ask them how they would want to, supplement that, the existing trees that are there. So
okay,
one of the areas we're in now, again, over on 23, probably 20 or 30% of the trees had to come out because they were dying. And so now I walked it with the tree guy to show him where we were at. And you have to keep trees spaced a certain different
Yes.
distance so that they don't block each other out or conflict with one another. But then he also had some recommendations for some trees that didn't grow as tall as the trees that are already there, but would fill in and still work with the shade from the other trees. And so I'm gonna get him a plot plan that shows where the gaps are, and then he's gonna tell me what needs to go in that area. And then we also had, as part of our zoning requirements, that they would talk with the owners that are there and make sure that they're happy with what
Okay.
what we're doing.
I think Jay can actually, that you and Jay can work together on some of that. Jay can
Sure.
get you in touch with some of the right people, that would be able to give you an idea.
Sure.
with certain trees that might work best there.
Yeah, we see some areas where they'll want trees like every 5-6 feet apart, but once those trees start to grow, they choke out every other tree. They need to be spaced a certain distance. And I mean, of course, the trees we're gonna plant are only gonna be about 6 feet tall, but trees grow about a half an inch a year.
Yep.
It takes us about 4 to 7 years to finish out a subdivision, so you figure by the 8th year, they've already grown, went through 4 inches in terms of the trunk size has grown about 4 inches, and they've grown in height as well. So it does fill in. It's nice to go through the auditor's leaflets, and you can start back at like 1997 and then watch just watch the trees, forget the building, just watch the trees and how things change and they ebb and they flow.
Yeah.
Even in the forested areas, if you're looking around Allen Creek.
So, you mentioned that your commercial areas going to more line up with the Shire that's across, their large farm that's across. I know when you first came in, we had a lot of concern about East Street. And
Yes.
do you feel like now with the way that you've altered the roads, because I know you said you went from 3 entrances down to 2, do you feel like now it's kind of taken the congestion away from that area, that you won't have, let's see.
I mean, the concern was people leaving our property and taking the shortest distance between 2 points.
Yep.
I can tell you, I asked you guys when I was here last, who takes care of it? I think it's 4th Street, because it's down to like 12 feet wide.
Yes.
When it used to be 20. I can't believe nobody's gone out there and repaved it. I asked the same thing about from Delaware County when I met with them, and all I got was blank stares. So I don't know who's in charge of that road, but I would hope that 40 more people complaining would get somebody to do something about that road. It just needs repaved. How hard is that to do? They're getting ready to build a giant roundabout. They can't have asphalt machines in here and everything. They can't repave that road at the same time. I thought that's what our tax dollars went to.
Agreed. Okay, I think that was all of my questions. Oh, definitely over the vinyl, I would prefer to see a hardy plank, something that was a cementatious,
Smart trim?
whatever you do, yeah.
They're similar products, but
Yeah,
they're
but
different.
more of something that's not vinyl. And I think especially when the buildings are getting closer, then, vinyl has the ability to melt. Or even, I can say, there's going to be a good amount of sun that gets on those because there's not a lot of trees right there, and you can start seeing vinyl work over the years. So definitely if we don't have that, because the fronts are clearly going to be gorgeous on those buildings with all those materials that you have. They will look very nice. So I would hate that for sides or backs to start looking wavy after so many years. So, okay. Thank you.
So I want to enumerate the divergences, because I was honestly a little confused about some language and the expectations. We touched on the setbacks and some things like that. You sort of indicated you felt like those setbacks were within our code, that you asked for divergence. So I'm unclear.
Yeah, so I approach this as commentary, and if I wasn't following precisely the language that was there, then I treated it, because you have to ask for if you don't ask for the divergence, you don't get anything. So a lot of it was really just clarifying what we were gonna do, because the OCPUD gives you a lot more latitude than say I forget all your other zoning textbooks, like for a residential subdivision, like the Meadows or Harbor Point. Those have rigid standards that they have to follow for each individual lot. So I summarized what I thought were the divergences, since they're all separately on all these pages. I tried to summarize everything on the next to the last page. So I don't know if you have a specific one that you want to discuss,
I
or.
kind of keep looking back and forth. So I want to let's start with 1803. So what our code says, and I think I'm having difficulty with the flipping back and forth. So usually when people say they want divergence, you've asked for 20, we want 15, that kind of thing.
Sure.
So this was a little harder to follow for me, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So 1803D, 5A, general development character, permitted accessory uses. And you're saying comprehensive development text shall be provided detailing allowable build areas with sub-areas A, B, and C. Structures shall adhere to the architectural design criteria outlined in the development text. So I don't see a divergence there. Is there?
You tell me.
All that. And when you talk about the.
Well, I guess an example would be, you would want my development text to not include siding. Vinyl siding will be for, well, actually would say vinyl siding is forbidden. Right? That would be something that would normally, might be allowed somewhere else, but we want to specifically say here, no, you're not allowed to do that.
And you could put that in your allowable,
Yeah,
your allowable materials. Your
Yes.
allowable materials.
Yes.
So I guess those kind of things, we want to be very specific. This is an administrative review. So
Sure.
this is the final stop. So we do want everything clear. Nobody wants to come back in 10 years and read it and say, what were they thinking, what were they doing, and why were they doing it? So
Yes.
so I want to make sure that we're all clear on what those divergences are. I also want to clarify, you talked about architectural review board. So for the OCPUD, we do not have an architectural review board. We do have that for our other cloud, which is a commercial and a bio. That being said, we do usually request that some standards be followed, but the architectural review process does not apply in this instance.
So we would have our own, well, if I'm doing
This is
buildings
it.
myself, I would be reviewing it, but it needs to follow the development text.
Yes.
If I bring a set of plans to
Yes.
your door and Jay looks and it's contrary to what we said we were gonna do, he's gonna, throw a flag like they do in football, and then we can ask for it to be reviewed, but we may lose that, and then our only recourse would be to come back before you and explain why we think we were justified. In most cases, you just adjust to what's there, and I would say most of the time our clarifications, most HOA boards have understood that, or they've said, no, not here. And one of the biggest things in those other subdivisions is the treatment of windows on the front versus the treatment of windows on the sides and around the back. We've been in several subdivisions where it's supposed to be all four sides, and then you walk through all the other homes except for mine. They didn't make any of them do it, but they don't want to approve me unless I do something nobody else has done. That seems unfair.
I understand, things evolve over time. I think we learn from our mistakes too.
Sure.
Sometimes we say, well, that was a bad idea, let's not let anybody else please do that. So,
Sure.
but yeah, so that architectural review board is not part of the process, but it is part of this application. So that's what I'm trying to get across.
Okay.
Okay, so going back to the next divergence, 18-03D, 5D. Find that page.
Page 5.
Thank you. Okay, architectural design criteria. Thank you. I know, I'm going back and forth and giving myself a headache. Shall require any modification, materials and colors shall be submitted for approval. Once again, just saying, we kind of want everything enumerated and committed to during this process. So I'm not, once again, really seeing a divergence per se.
Well, I agree. I think what we need to have is our own architectural review board that reviews everything to determine that it's, meets this criteria. The act of turning it in, I guess, is the review that the county is going to give us, that we're following what that is. And so I guess I would also ask, palettes changed. We used to be autumn colors for as a builder, everything was autumn color, golden, brown,
Sure.
things like that. And now we're into these stark, well, I say stark, the grays
Sure.
that everyone's using. And I would say until maybe 4 or 5 of my clients chose those colors, I didn't put those colors in any of my specs. And now that's almost exclusively what we're doing. I see, 5 years from now, we could be into another phase of colors. Would I be able to simply turn in a new schedule of colors to get approval from you? Is that a formal process, or, that's the only change I see occurring down the line. In other words, we would be following that text, except if there was a material changing into a color design that people were doing.
Yeah, so what we're basing our decision off is what you presented as far as your, your elevations and your renderings.
Sure.
That's
Well, even some of my renderings have higher color variants than we
Right.
normally see.
right, right. So I think the standards for the architectural review board are a really good starting point, but once again, this is not subject to that process. But that's sort of what we're aiming for. This language was created, in 2004? So,
Sure.
we're almost at the 20-year mark, so things have evolved a little bit. And our more current thinking is aligned with the architectural standards.
Sure.
Okay, next, the open space piece, and I understand because you're really not having lots, you're not really giving an acreage per se of what your open space is. And I understand that, but at the same time, as far as making a commitment to what we can expect when this is done, did you break that down, section A, section B, section D? Are there acreages attached to those?
There is acreage attached. I've got a feeling if I squinted, I could find it written
I
in
couldn't
those
find
little
it.
squares, but it's too small. My computer will tell me how many acres lie in B and lie in C and lie in A. I just don't have that broken out for you.
Yeah, because once again, to pin you down for commitment, if you decide to move to Florida and somebody else comes in on this project, they may not feel the same level of commitment. We do
Well,
want-
I'm expecting the entire sub-area that is B is for the park
Right,
amenities and facilities. I don't think you can really encroach in that. Even the bocce ball courts really belong to the park,
right.
but if we have a tournament there, there's gonna be some time that the public can't use it. That's no different if you showed up at a basketball court and there's, people already playing there, and you need to wait your turn.
Gotcha. So I guess I'd like to see some more specificity on those areas and what the acreage is.
Okay.
So then our next, ordinance 18.04F, paths and walkways, and you have committed to paths and walkways. So sidewalks and paths shall be separated from the paved street surface by at least 5 feet of landscape or grass strip. And you've asked for divergence. Once again, I'm not clear on what you're diverging.
Typically, we don't have, in these smaller subdivisions, we don't put sidewalks on both sides of the street.
Okay.
We don't want the traffic to constantly be crossing back and forth. If we could keep, specifically kids, everybody on the same side of the street, and a driver doesn't have to worry about someone darting, except when they're wanting to go across the street to their specific home. They're not playing as they're running down the streets. I usually go to a 5 or 6 foot wide sidewalk instead of the standard 4 foot that a lot of people do, because I specifically 6 foot, because I want 2 people to be able to pass as they're walking down. And since it's concentrated to one side, we give up an extra couple of feet for that. Along the front of Cheshire, I have everything set up to allow 6 feet running down there, but that multi-use path is actually an 8. And I prefer concrete as opposed to having asphalt. If you're looking for a downtown feel, I think that looks, better than trying to have a full 8 foot wide space. Again, I don't know what the county's intentions are. I didn't see any bike path in the plans for that entire stretch of the road, so I know it's on the other side of on this side of the lake. because I've seen the bike paths that they put in some of these subdivisions that have gone in, but I didn't know what to do with that downtown area.
Well, I'm not thinking that they would require sidewalks on both sides of the street within, but they.
Public streets, they do. That's why we stayed private as a condominium. It's not a requirement for us.
So the street maintenance would be part of, done by the HOA, snow
Yes.
removal, those kind of things,
Yes.
maintenance paving, okay.
Yes.
But yeah, I think the commitment for 5 at least foot wide sidewalk path, whatever would be an expectation. And then you mentioned along the corridor for Cheshire Road.
Yes.
And I think the county is requiring those multi-use paths, particularly on that stretch.
So that's not what he told us in the meeting.
Well, and I can't answer for that, so,
Yeah.
but every other development that we have had that has that kind of frontage on a main thoroughfare like that, that has been replanned. So that's surprising
From the
to me.
county?
Well, yeah, it's a variety of entities. So do you have an answer to that, Jake?
I think Parks and Trails may be the only entity that would be requiring that, but they're also not at the point of their process of having all those plans in order. So that may be also coming from the county of where they're trying to get that coincided
Yeah.
together throughout all developments.
This is one of the longer stretches
Right.
along Cheshire Road.
And I think the main idea is to go connect to then what is Johnny Cake's, the corridor there, so.
Right.
Maybe the solution is talking with trustee Rail, trustee Megan Rail, because she is the, she sits with the Parks and Trails Committee as well. She works with them pretty heavily. And I think she might be able to help provide some guidance on, they are getting that plan. They just received a huge, to be able to further create their master plan, so maybe speaking with her might be the right course. We hate to see you waste money putting in a concrete sidewalk all the way along. Like that, I agree, it does look really nice, but if, 5 years down the road, they're gonna want you to put in asphalt instead.
Well, let's forget about me for a minute. Let's talk about the other Cheshire buildings that are 30 feet from the road. Where's their bike path going?
I have no idea how that's gonna be handled. I don't know that any of us do right now. That's a complete unknown for us at our level.
But I'm in the same village that they're in,
You
and
are.
I'm at the same setback that they're at.
It's because you're just starting development. So as developers come in, that's when we ask that they do these in order to later. But I think also you're in this special piece that because you're kind of connecting the old with what will become the new, you're almost in a special case. So maybe talking with Megan might be trustee.
Yeah, it's frustrating to get different answers. I understand
Well, so you
that.
think of Cheshire Market where you can just pull in and park in front of the ice bins. That's gonna be gone
Yes.
in terms of parking there if they expand the road. And then you want an 8-foot bike path that's gonna go through there. That's gonna be right at the front doors of several of those existing buildings. They haven't done that in downtown Delaware. They haven't done that in downtown Westerville. I don't understand why they would do it in downtown Cheshire.
I think overall, they see Cheshire as being the next corridor, east to west corridor.
So they're just gonna wipe the village off
No,
the map.
we don't really know what the situation will be there.
Well, then you need to fight for it. If we wanna look like downtown Sunbury, downtown Delaware, then that's what we need to fight for. I don't mind them taking the 20-foot, and that's gonna put them at 120 feet, but their road section is only 100. So that leaves, or excuse me, it's 80. They still have 15 feet either side, 20 feet either side, that they have no clue what they're gonna do.
And if they go on the other side, we don't know yet. We just
Right.
don't.
What did we do on the other side? Wasn't there an easement, wasn't there like?
So
an
we didn't
easement
do
or something?
anything on the other side because, is it Johnny K. Corners
Yes.
already has part of the
Already
path.
has
So the decision was kind of, they're gonna stay on that
We
side
would
of the
get
road and continue west.
right, if any.
But we have stubs that go nowhere, and we know that. But we see that as that's right now, and in 20, 30, 40, 50 years, that's not gonna be. You have to sort of start somewhere. So
Well, I mean, I guess my
developers-
point is if you're gonna wipe out the existing people in Cheshire later on down the road at that time, then wipe us out then. But I don't think we need to wait for that or plan for that, because it.
We don't plan to wipe anybody out, okay? That's not our role here, so.
I mean, in my eyes, if I've already built a 6-foot sidewalk,
Right.
that could be ripped out. I mean, I know it's
All right,
expensive,
right.
it could be ripped out. And you could give me 2-3 feet of the right of way and we could put that multi-use path all the way across there. That's fine. But what the county specifically told me was, if you make me put it in, they're perfectly happy with that. They'll build it on their lot if it's not there already, but they won't let me build it on their lot.
It's very confusing.
That's their, well, those are the rules, right?
No,
Those are the rules.
I guess the answer is you're getting a different answer than we've gotten, and we've gotten other answers along the way, and I don't have the answer, is what I'm saying. But what I also know is that with new development, we have required along those corridors an 8-foot multi-use path. So there are things to be determined, but I guess that's kind of what we were talking.
And when you get to the trustees,
It will come up again.
it will come up again.
So
So,
I'm not, as far as my understanding, this will not go to the trustees. This is administrative.
okay.
So,
We're just applying the development text that defines what the OCPUD is that's already assigned to this parcel. It's not like I bought the 4 lots east of me, which are farm residential 1. I would be asking to rezone those properties to be allowed to put 5 dwelling units per acre on them, or to be allowed to put commercial on them. I would be asking specific permission for that you could deny. I'm asking to follow the rules with some slight adjustments. And apparently some of them aren't even adjustments, it's just clarification of how we're
right,
thinking things should be done.
right. And I appreciate that, but once again, we want to understand what we're considering.
Sure.
So that's where I'm coming from. Okay, so I'm on to 18.04H. Minimum front setbacks. Dwelling units shall be set back 30 feet from the street right of way. Front load garages shall be set back at least 10 feet. Flush with the dwelling unit and set back at least 50 feet from the street right of way. Now this one is a divergence of spread. So our code asks for 30 feet setback. And you're asking for 15. And then along where the garages are, front load shall be 10 feet. Side load shall be 30 feet. And you're talking 21 feet behind the curb for garages, not really delineating whether it's, I guess, front load, side load, whatever kind of load. And you're anticipating the parking spaces, which are welcome. I get that. So, that is cutting the right of way in half. And I know you kind of addressed why you felt that was necessary.
I'm sorry, cutting the right of way?
Yeah. Front loading dwelling units shall be set back, or well, just dwelling units shall be set back 30 feet, but you're asking for 15 feet. Yes?
Yes,
So that's half the right of way that we require.
yes.
That's, to us, a substantial divergence.
Well, I mean, the divergence is requested, that's what I put in the original.
Right?
At that page, we are asking for something different than what it specifically says there. But what we were asking for is in keeping with the comprehensive plan, both the 2010 and the 2023, which says that District 9 is to be developed with smaller, tighter, 0 setbacks. That's what it says is supposed to be developed in this area.
Okay. Well, I guess then what we're seeing is that our specific language for the OCPUD is not in alignment with section 9. Is that how you're seeing it?
Well, section 9 carries any weight. It's something you've been seeking for this area, that you want a downtown environment, shallow or zero setbacks. What I'm giving you is the shallow, well, zero at the commercial, but I'm keeping what you would call a shallow setback in the residential section.
The next version is, has to do with parking. I think we talked about that. Minimum side yards, 18.04 per day. As approved per plan. So are you seeking a divergence there, or are you agreeing to the 10-foot minimum side yard?
The side yards between the buildings is 10 feet,
Okay.
but the side yard on the other side, if there's not a building there, varies. So it's 30 feet at the lowest house furthest west, and furthest east, it's 30 feet from the boundary at that time. If there's parking, we need to be 10 or 11 feet away from that parking so that it doesn't come right up against those houses as well.
But nothing less than 10 feet then?
No, I don't think there's anything less, well, I'm sorry, there are porches and courtyards for the alley loading homes. That would be, I mean, the alley loads start 10 feet from behind the curb. So you would have the sidewalk and then some plantings, and then a courtyard would start before you get to the house itself. The house is 20 feet from now in the courtyard houses.
Okay, I'm sorry, I lost me. So that's still not less than 10 feet, is it?
It would be less than 10 feet if you're measuring from the back of the sidewalk. The porch would be closer.
We don't measure our side yards from the sidewalk, do we?
Really, property line to the foundation.
So I'll ask again, I guess, that's not less than 10 feet.
No, because there's not a
Okay.
specific property line.
Okay. 18.04M, rear side yard. Code says 30 feet for single-family attached dwellings, 15 feet for accessory buildings, and what your divergence request is. 8 feet for accessory buildings and paved areas. Can you talk about accessory buildings? I guess I don't remember any of those.
Those would be those trash buildings that we haven't defined. We wouldn't want them to be any closer.
They're not really buildings, so those were kind of a privacy fencing sort of treatment.
Well, the landscaper showed a fence, which I assume that's what he meant it for. But I would probably do more of a brick wall. And so something more permanent that ties in with the architecture of the existing.
And you think that would be 8 foot offset from the nearest building?
No, I was looking at from the perimeter. The perimeter boundary, I think the minimum is 6 foot. We're trying to say 8 foot away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fine if it's further. And I guess I'll echo that we do want some more clarity on the landscaping plan.
Yes.
There are some elements of this design that are really wonderful. I love the elevations of your buildings. I like that you adequately address parking. I appreciate the commitment to having parking for the post office and the walkable and public areas. Those are just awesome. They really are. But I'll go back to my concerns about delineating the sections A, B, and C as far as acres. So your development total acreage is roughly 10 to 11 acres. And you've talked about 5 units per developable acre, but you've included all 11 acres. Although C is not residential, that's commercial. So from my point of view, that seems to be a little bit of, it doesn't seem to me C should be considered in that acreage to calculate the density of residences.
Well, as a condominium, it stays one piece. The
Right?
code doesn't talk about the separation or that you can only choose one use for a parcel. It only says that residential is limited to a dwelling per acre based on net developable acreage. So you take the 10 and you do a multiplier on that and you end up with 9 point something that ended up at the 45 or 46 houses is what's allowable. Where those houses are, it doesn't say they have to be scattered equally across the property, and in most subdivisions they aren't.
Right, now it's kind of fungible, but it seems like if C is dedicated to commercial, it would seem to me that acreage should not be in the calculation for the residences. Yeah, 'cause
It's
you're
got
using-
9 residences above it.
Okay.
I mean, you could also say the parkland shouldn't be included, but
Well,
it is.
That's definitely part of the language, is that, open space is calculated as part of your density calculation. But I have uncertainty about the commercial buildings that are on part C being included in that calculation for residences. And this is a case we haven't had before, so I'm talking about my perspective.
Well, the zoning text doesn't say they can't be mixed. It doesn't explicitly say that there's a separate calculation that needs to be done in the case that there is mixture. But the comprehensive plan specifically says that it wants a mix
Right,
of this to be here.
right.
If I was doing public roads and I had lot lines, then I could see the argument that the commercial is separate. But in fact, the commercial is probably gonna have a higher monthly fee that it's gonna be contributing to the overall maintenance, that it's actually gonna be taking care of defraying some of the costs that the residents would normally have to incur. I see it more as a symbiosis. They're all working together. They survive together, they fail together. I don't see that you can, I mean, I think, you're saying I should eliminate the commercial and just put 9 residences over there?
No, I'm not really saying that. I guess, for example, if you had 10 acres and it was strictly residential, right? We would permit, if we did 5 units per acre, we'd say you have 10 acres, you can have 50 houses. And of course, there's a calculation where you remove 15% for roads, et cetera. But just using simple math, we would not permit more than those 50 units on that 10 acres. But in addition to the residences you're proposing, there are also other buildings. So that, to me, makes it more crowded. I'm not saying I don't like it, okay? We're talking about, I'm talking about how we calculate density.
Sure.
Is I guess where I'm going to.
So if I could just jump in real quick, under Ohio law, zoning regulations are a derogation of private property rights.
Right.
So they're to be strictly construed in favor of a free use of property.
Yes.
Your regulations say maximum density is 5 units per net developable acre, which is not defined. So it doesn't say that you take into calculation any commercial buildings or anything like that. So I think under the code, the fact that there might be commercial development is irrelevant for the calculation.
And I'm not even saying that I disagree with you. I'm just saying this is new. If we had 10 regular acres for development strictly residential, we would not have more than 50 entities. And this is whatever you're proposing in addition to some commercial things too. So I don't want to say I'm uncomfortable with the calculation. I'm perplexed by it. Let's just say that. Okay? And I understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. It's just not how I would have calculated it. So I guess what I'm saying.
Well, I guess I'm not seeing where the code tells me to calculate it
Well,
differently.
and when you get into mixed use, I think you're right. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. I guess what we have seen in the past is that, yeah, Area C is commercial and Area B is park and Area A is residential. And we've seen those spaces broken out individually by their acreage and their use, and then the density is calculated from there. So I'm perfectly willing to say I could be completely 100% wrong. I'm just saying this is new to me and I've never seen it calculated this way. Do you guys have thoughts on that?
Well, I think that looking at the club, like what we just agreed on,
Right,
he's right.
okay.
I mean, like, reading it verbatim, the Village of Cheshire and some of its adjacent properties depicted on the comprehensive plan are recommended for redevelopment in a mixed-use planned district that would permit residential use up to 5 units per net developable acre and local commercial uses, preferably in a downtown with historic architectural syntax, on-street angled parking, sidewalks, street trees, and shallow or zero setbacks. That's what we just.
No, I
So it's like,
understand.
you can't say that and then,
No, I think it's just the mixed
Turn it-
use that I'm.
but it's like, how could we, I get what you're saying, because we
Right.
haven't done this before.
Right.
But how, like, I don't know how we could do a mixed use without, I don't know.
And with the calculation.
How could we do a calculation of a mixed use
Yeah.
separately? It's hard for us to wrap our head around because we're used to having it separate.
Right.
But it's,
That's
by
what-
definition, it is a mixed use, so
Well-
it's different.
I mean, I took it to mean what it says on its face. And I think I
that's
mentioned that
That's a
it's-
logical
that
extrapolation.
the residential is allowed to be as dense as 5 per acre and no more. We can't
Right.
go to 8 like we do in some areas in the city of Delaware. The commercial is limited by availability of parking. If you don't have enough parking, you can't, like, if I want to put 3 restaurants there, it's not gonna happen because there will not be enough parking spaces to achieve that. Now, the comprehensive plan says you're allowed to limit the parking to 2 per 250 square feet. But if you think about a restaurant, a table of 4 is about 80 square feet. That's 12 people that are gonna show up where you only plan to offer 2 parking spaces. That might be the rule, but that's a recipe for disaster if that's all the parking that we're gonna try to put in. I think that we're almost triple the parking that those comprehensive plan minimums would require. Now, I mean, I don't know if you say with the residential, well, you need to dedicate 2 parking spaces for outside parking, and then you've got your garage spaces that are 2 inside. That still doesn't detract from the amount of parking that we put in there. And by the sum token, if 20 years down the road, the houses wanted to, the dwellings above wanted to be just straight office spaces, the calculations right now for what office is required equals almost what the dwellings would have provided in the first place. But that would trigger different traffic requirements. You might need a light at that point, and that's something, that's why I wanted to limit the amount of commercial space. So I'm not gonna run willy-nilly and put, 30,000 square feet of commercial. We're limited to 6,500 square feet on the first floor. I said 10,000 as an aggregate because they could adjust, but as the examples, it's 6,500 square feet in the main building that's bigger, and the smaller one is 3,500 square feet. That added up to the 10,000 square feet. We did our traffic study based on that 10,000 square feet. I asked them if the buildings got slightly bigger, would it increase? He says, as long as I stayed within the 10 to 12, then we should be fine with that. So, and I don't know that I need more commercial to be there. I've got the rest of the downtown area. I'm hoping that this development spurs the downtown area to be redeveloped. If you've been over to Evans Farms, the what's going in there and on further on down the road, I mean, the buildings are just too tall for here, for this area. But I think having something like that, giving you that village feel, that not only we can walk there, but the people behind us can walk there. I had talked to Delaware about putting there's an easement that runs between 2 houses in the meadows of Cheshire that we were originally looking at bringing our water line through that easement, but we ended up finding water over on East Street. But I had told them, I wonder if I could put a sidewalk that runs through there and allows residents from there to walk over to the restaurants. They really don't have a way to do that now. Or walk over and play basketball or visit some friends that are over there. Someone else had mentioned if we had rentals above, how many subdivisions have family that comes in from out of state? And you'd like them to have their own little place that they could stay. If we had some short-term rentals above there, that's why the hotel idea appeals to me, to have a place if you want to come here, but you don't want to camp out in the woods, but you want to spend the weekend boating, say during the holidays or something like that. You would have that opportunity, and then you could take advantage of the commercial that's on the first floor for eating and things. So I don't think like a bed and breakfast is not allowed in the commercial code, but the hotel type environment is, which is basically a transient. You can't stay there for longer than 30 days.
One last question. I know you mentioned a turn lane. Where is that proposed?
Yeah. I would assume it would be at Ryan Street,
Okay.
because they had me place that section far enough away from the Shire's driveway so that the traffic that's anticipated wouldn't block down.
That is my last question. I've got some other members, Jerry and Tara. Do you guys have questions?
Technically not supposed to. It'd be public
She's
comment.
a resident.
Okay, so we're abstaining. So you can
I'm allowed.
I gotta say, I thought.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. I had some notes. So you did answer the question above the commercial of being a hotel or apartments. And you said it was probably going to be more of a rental than apartments, or?
Well, I guess if I build only 35 units over on the other side, then I would probably build the remaining units there. They're condominiums so that I could sell them. But I would prefer to retain those as rentals that I can rent out to people over the course of the season.
And then does your traffic study meet like your, I guess when you came for the informal before, did the traffic study apply exactly to this development?
Yes, the one we had before had more buildings on it. So after we met with Delaware and the utilities, we revamped what we were going to present, specifically limiting the commercial to the 10,000 square feet. And the locations were set as part of that study.
Okay. And then on the traffic study, I think it was figure 3, it says like everything is NA on East Street. So like the impact of the traffic coming off East Street into that back entrance, that alley. I know you talked about in the informal about making it like a J hook or an R so that people couldn't turn left into it. It was just kind of an exit.
We did talk about that, but if you've ever seen that in action, people find a way to get around that
Understood.
all the time. What I didn't want to have was like in the residential, we have a one-way entrance if you're going to park on the side street, because your car has to face the side that the parking is on. That was by design to try and keep the residential separate from the commercial. I don't want overflow from the commercial. Doesn't really have a place to park as they go around. They would have to turn around, they would have to fight. I mean, they could still find it, but they'd have to fight for that space. I thought about also having a sign as you take that turn stating that that's private, that it's separate from the public portions. Because both the commercial and the park are public areas, but one corner of the park is really part of the homeowners, their HOA, like I said, their meeting room or their mail room will be there.
I guess I'm more specifically talking about the East Street entrance. Because you've got parking, parallel parking on East Street,
As you come in,
which
yes.
is not very wide as it is. And then people will be turning in to go to that commercial where you have the loading zones for boats and things like that. For
Yes.
so that's there was no information on the impact on East Street specifically as people are turning in to go behind to get into that alleyway. It said NA. So I was just curious.
I'm not sure of the science that goes into traffic studies and how they measure all of that. My conversation with him was really boiled down to square footage, how they assigned a use to that square footage. Like I said, if it was all restaurants, the numbers he used wouldn't work. He went with like a strict retail type environment to give an average of the numbers that are there. If we find that for some reason we're putting 3 or 4 restaurants, we're probably gonna have to go back and do another traffic study in order to present that to him, or to the county, but that's also part of the reason I limited the commercial to that 10,000 square foot.
Okay. And then.
So I don't have an answer
Okay.
for how it
Yeah.
impacts East Street. I don't know that I want to give up the left and right for people who come in there. I'd rather get the road fixed if I could, and try to make it more enticing for people to head back out to Cheshire Road.
It's just that is where our the bus stops are at Cheshire and East and at East and Ford.
Sure.
So big buses are coming through there, as people are trying, it's hard to do two-way sometimes, depending on the size with turns and things like that.
Sure.
But then in regards to parking, there's no landscape buffer between the parking and the sidewalks. And so there's supposed to be a 3 or 4 foot overhang or place where it can overhang. So I just want to mention that it's in section 26 of the landscaping. It says 4 foot minimum to all trees from edge of paving where vehicles overhang, a 3 foot strip that prohibits any vehicular overhang for areas adjacent to the vehicle area facing public or private street or road. So.
Are they talking about the overhang of the vehicle and parallel?
Yes.
Or perpendicular parking?
Not perpendicular, but just in some of the areas that, back on the lot, like behind the shelter and things like that, your parking is directly next to the sidewalk.
Yes.
And so there's no overhang.
Yeah, so it's.
So there's supposed to be a strip in between. 5 feet strip in between.
As a traditional subdivision, yes, that there would be what they call a verge would be there. Instead, we've moved that sidewalk but against that, like you would find in the downtown environment.
Okay, it's just in the code in section 26 of the landscaping, so I just wanted you to check that out.
Okay.
And then as far as I saw the fencing that you were talking about, Jasper. There's an arrow that points to it on the landscaping plan. It says 6 foot tall privacy fence plus or minus 883 linear feet.
On the shelf. Oh, I see it.
Oh, along the bottom?
Yeah, on the
Okay.
commercial, so that's what that was. But then, thinking about the trees that you're planting there, like the ginkgo biloba trees are, can be a 15 to 20 foot spread. So I just want to make sure that they're using the calculations correctly for overhanging to those parking spaces, those parallel parking spaces. They're gonna have trees that might be overhanging there.
I would have to ask my landscaper. I did not know where that fence was. I missed that detail.
So there is a fence that it looks like it sets the property behind all the commercial. And then there's trees in front of that.
Sure.
The 10 foot buffer zone, which is required. But just some of the trees in that buffer zone might be too big, and still may overhang into the parking spaces.
Sure.
So,
So the trees aren't supposed to hang more than 3 feet into the parking spaces. I mean, I'll have to read that text.
right, just so that you have an idea of, when you're placing the trees in that buffer zone, the size of the maximum size of the tree at maturity is, 15 to 20 feet. That would overhang
Too far,
too far.
yes.
And then really just the shading in because again, just like the residential, there's no landscaping drawn around truly drawn around the amenity zones in the parks. And it seems like there's zero shade as far as landscape trees are concerned. I don't know if that's in the plan
I had he had put a basic package together, and then I had added,
it's L101.
well, I was trying to get back here where a more colorized view. So I had added rows of pine trees in here that I guess what we'll do is have that more defined on another exhibit that we submit with the houses as well. But I wanted to add some pine trees here, across here, blocking some of the road from here. I had also added some landscaping in front of the ponds as well to deter people walking or bicycling down the sidewalk from veering off towards the ponds.
But I guess more so I was thinking about within the amenity zone, like where the basketball courts and the playground, you think about kids being on a playground that the sun's beating down and it doesn't appear to be any shade, that it's really hot to the touch or,
Sure.
I just didn't see any landscaping within that open area, just to kind of give it that natural park feel. So hoping that could be added.
Okay. I'm not opposed to that.
I think everybody else has said what I had questions about.
Jerry, Jake?
None from my side.
Everything that's been covered, I think, is covered all the issues of changing from rural out in the country to a village. My biggest concern is separating the village from the residents. So I think I'd go back to the back part where Meadows of Cheshire and those, how they're going to be affected by that back part is my biggest concern. I applaud the village and getting this point little area that we've talked about for 15 years, but that area, I'd still like to keep it separate, if at all possible.
So,
Right now, the leaves have all went down, so I can see all the houses in the village of Cheshire, so this is gonna add to that, I think.
So, I mean, with the additional evergreen plantings?
Yes, that would help. There are no evergreens between those two. Right now, all I see are the houses.
Sure.
And that part is, now they're gonna see condos in that area.
Sure.
So some separation, whether it be the mound of 3 foot and evergreens or whatever can be done, that would strongly recommend that. Be added.
any other questions from the commissioners? And do you have any other comments you want to make before we turn this over to public comment?
No, I mean, I think I've tried to address what our intent was. I didn't expect it to be exactly what we, necessarily were asking for. In some cases, even in our last subdivision, we still had things that we had to work out. We still have things like with the actual trees, how they're going to be laid out, that need to be worked out. We were able to get our, I'd say, an approval in theory, but then we were still subject to other requirements of the city as we go along, and of the residents themselves. So I certainly understand the concerns of not wanting to have twin singles back up. That, again, that knocks us down to 36. I would probably say that if we went to requiring a 40-foot wide width of the homes along the meadows. So that, because instead of having a mix of 35s, then you're getting more of that. I mean, we could build a 2-story, but you get that ranch-like feel. That'd probably knock us down to about 34. That still keeps us above that minimum of 30, and I think that still works.
All right. Well, we do have some letters from residents who were unable to attend that we did read into the record. Since they're a handful, I'm gonna hand them out.
You're gonna share.
We'll share. So these become part of our meeting record for tonight. Anybody want to? Go ahead.
I have to now.
Oh, do you? Oh,
I do. So what if we, I guess I have a name on one of them, but I don't have an address, is that okay?
Oh, I think you're supposed to have an address.
It just says homeowner of Minnesota Cheshire. But this one I have an address.
So go ahead with that.
Okay. This says, this is dated November 14th at 2:53 p.m. Hello, Jake. I wanted to reach out to say that I'm against the proposed multifamily housing complex. This would impact our community in a negative way, adding more traffic to the ever-growing developments that is, don't shoot the messenger on the wording, okay, is popping up all around Berlin, Galena, and surrounding areas. They are taking away all the land for the deer and other animals that have been around way before all of these housing developments came into play. One of the main reasons we moved here was because of all the natural surroundings. But now it is becoming so congested, just like living in a downtown city. I do not want this to pass and all my friends and neighbors feel the same way. Please pass this on to the board. Thank you for your time. Respectively, Liz Hill, Meadows of Cheshire resident, and Liz Hill is at 5809 Burnett Drive North.
All right, this is from Scott Bookheimer at 6042 Seward Road, Galena. Jacob, thank you for speaking with me today. Unfortunately, I am unable to make tonight's meeting, but I definitely wanted to go on the record on this subject. I will try to keep it brief. I'm a 26-year licensed real estate broker, a 23-year resident of Berlin Township, and a 27-year resident of Delaware County. From a real estate perspective, there is next to no one that benefits from this multifamily, high-density housing outside of the developer. It creates a burden on all that live around it, whether it be traffic, additional tax burden on the existing property owners to deal with improvements due to the increased population, decreased property values for those living near it, or simply a negative aesthetic that does not blend in with the current look and feel of the community. Multifamily housing has its place, and there always needs to be affordable housing for the public, but it makes no sense to put it where the masses moved outside the city to single-family home neighborhoods or tracts to be next to a state park and have that look and feel. And this is where the township trustees and zoning department need to interject some common sense into this and just say no. We all have heard the term urban sprawl, and it is a negative real estate term for when the city comes out to the rural areas and gobbles it up and the long-term residents that live there. Please stop that from happening in Berlin Township. Thank you for allowing me to be heard.
I have an email from Paul Miller, 2379 Meadowshire, Galena, Ohio, 43021, addressed to Jake. To whom it may concern, I've been a resident of Berlin Township since 2001, currently residing at 2379 Meadowshire Road. I understand that a proposed multifamily housing complex is to be discussed at tonight's commission meeting. Since I'm unable to attend, I ask that my concerns with this proposal be noted. Specifically, my concerns are increased traffic congestion in the area, especially at and near the intersection of Africa and Cheshire Roads. I've been hit in this intersection previously. Negative environmental impacts. I've been blessed to raise my family in an area of nature sustained by the state park and its surrounding areas. Continued development and oversaturation will negatively affect this. Increased burden on township resources, including fire, roads, and police services. diversion of taxpayer funds to pay for the infrastructure, drains, sidewalks, traffic signs, signals needed to support the increase of people in the area. Lastly, the above will cause decreased property values for myself and my neighbors, and our quality of life will be negatively affected as well. Thank you for hearing my concerns. Sincerely, Paul.
I've got one from Jerry and Joanna Conteco. I'm sure I said that wrong, I'm sorry. At 5619 Greenfield Drive in Galena. My wife and I went to express our concerns about the development that will be going directly behind our property. We're not happy about this development and do not see any value for us or the community. We purchased our home in this neighborhood area to be away from traffic. Our questions below. There aren't any apartments or condos around this area, at least not on Africa Road. Why pick this location? Who is your clientele? Number 2, are you going to build fencing around the condos? Number 3, are you going to enforce strict trespassing policy for your tenants? 4, will you have quiet hours in your policy? We moved here because it's peaceful and quiet. 5, what amenities are you providing and are they only for your tenants? 6, are you going to ensure that you are not housing any convicted criminals and be thorough with your screening process? How do we trust that you are not just going to house any tenant without their background check? 7, how do we as people of this community benefit from this? My family and I bought this home in this neighborhood because it's peaceful and quiet. It was a huge selling point for us as we enjoy the serenity of being away from traffic. We picked the suburbs for this reason. We also have a huge backyard that looks into nature and not buildings. Now the thought of looking at a high-rise condo truly makes us feel defeated. My wife and I work hard to provide a safe and good life for our children, and now we have to figure out how to navigate around this, or even if we want to. We're not saying condos are a bad investment, it's just not for this community. Build it somewhere else where it does not hurt property value and disrupt the lives of people who are living in neighborhoods. From Jerry and Joanna Conketo. And another one, this is addressed Mr. Bond. Thank you for taking the time to read this email. As a resident of the Meadows at Cheshire, here in Berlin Township, I was disappointed to see the Cheshire Mills proposal for property east of 4th Street and south of Cheshire Road. To add commercial property in a high-density community, such a small parcel will not only infringe on what drew families to buy homes in the Meadows at Cheshire, but will also decrease our property values. What drew my family to this area was the urban feel, but also the convenience of this area in reference to shopping, dining, and commuting. All are only a short 10 to 15 minutes away. I purposely bought outside of the city as not to be surrounded by the commercial feel and traffic such endeavors bring. I know the vast majority of my neighbors I've spoken with absolutely share my sentiment. We do not want to need the convenience of this endeavor and that this endeavor would provide, and do not wish to have our small and quiet communities turned into high-density living. Had we wanted those conveniences, we certainly could have bought in nearby communities that offer that. I would ask that at a minimum, this proposal be put into a proper public vote so that our voices can be heard and we're not forced to do everything we all love. Thank you for listening. From Rob Hill, Meadows at Cheshire, 5809 Burnett Drive, North.
This is from Peter and Melody, not this right, Krebs Woods. Please below by my input to be read aloud at the 7 p.m. 11/14/23 trustee meeting. I implore the trustees to protect and support the Meadows at Cheshire community. I do not support in any fashion the development in the multifamily housing complex Cheshire Mills for the following reasons. 1, the potential of decreasing property values due to high-density housing bordering our community. 2, increased traffic at the Cheshire Road and Africa Road intersection will increase the potential for traffic accidents of our community. Additionally, the increased noise, potential for theft, property destruction, and overall safety of our children is a negative impact on our community that cannot be overstated. 3, the proximity of the proposed development to the Allen Creek State Park raises alarming concerns regarding the negative environmental impact on wildlife and recreational activities for our community. 4, I'm fiercely opposed to the allocation of taxpayer funds to subsidize any of the developer's costs or civil engineering projects associated with the proposed development. Taxpayer funds should only be used to benefit the existing community. Thank you for your time and attention this matter.
That's all the letters we have to be read into the record. So up next is public comment. We do ask that you direct your comments and questions to the board here, and do try to avoid just repetitious stuff and keep things going so people get some sleep tonight. But anybody who would like to speak, I want you to just please stand up, state your name, and your address, please.
So my name is Amy Troy Reinhardt, 5256 Finch Lane. And I have a background in wildlife and environmental conservation. And this whole plan is a travesty to that because, again, we are close to the state park. The stand of woods that is being determined to turn into this commercial area is is the only remaining corridor for wildlife crossing over through Cheshire. As we fragment these habitats, these animals have nowhere to go but through our yards and through commercial places where they're going to get hit by cars. And that area there is an important corridor for not only deer, but fox. It's also a habitat for several frog species. I am the local Frog Watch USA for Central Ohio, and I have recorded at least 3 species that call that area home. That will be destroyed for them. It also is the home to over 5 different species of katydids. Those are a very beneficial insect as well. So destroying that area is really bad for them. It doesn't prevent animals to move and migrate or for populations to reconnect. And so it kills diversity. I had other points, again, that I already mentioned, the whole traffic area. We all know how African Cheshire gets. Also, just the density against that. And the impervious areas that are included with this, that just adds to stormwater runoff. That adds chemicals and stuff so close to our Allen Creek that's going to add pollutants into that body of water and kill off our fish. So I'm just totally against all of that. Thank you.
Erica Redmond, have 2345 to report. Just for a minute, can we step back and look at something outside of this proposal and just for you guys, where did this idea of putting a village in our community come from? Like, what makes you think that's what our community wanted? I'm trying to understand, because this is the first I've heard of something like this going next to our house. So where did you guys come up with the idea to entertain these? And what makes you think our community wants this?
We typically don't respond to the public comments. But this is, well, no, I mean, it's an application and everybody
But I
gets.
mean, it affects our community.
No,
So
I
I'm trying to
understand.
understand where the idea came from. So I'm not trying to like
No, I understand.
point fingers, we're just trying to
And she's
understand.
not the only one who hasn't heard of it.
Okay, well, I
So
can answer
there's a
briefly.
lot of us who have
Yeah, I can answer briefly. Is, historically, there was sort of a village in that area, and it was determined that, you know, they wanted to perpetuate that, I guess. This zoning hang on. So this zoning has been in place for almost 20 years. This is not new. This is probably one of the oldest zoning codes that Berlin Township has. I'm not defending it, I'm just telling you how it is. And this property has sat empty for a very long time. We have a developer who has an interest to put something there. And that's what this hearing is to entertain that. We definitely want to hear your concerns and all of those things, but this is not new, is I guess what I would say.
Okay, and I wasn't trying to point fingers, but it just feels like news to us because the community that we built isn't built on that development here is how I think we felt about it. So, sorry.
So Jerry, if you want to respond.
Sure. If you want to point fingers, point them at me.
Oh, I said I wasn't.
No, that's okay. I want to explain why I'm said
And I
that.
understand that, but I didn't want this to come across
In
as personal.
2009, I walked 9 developments within Berlin Township and did surveys on what does the residents want. I live in the community. And in 2019, we were required by the Ohio Revised Code and the government to redo the comprehensive land use plan, which I've got right here. It just was published a month ago. It was put out. It is on our website, that comprehensive land use plan. Now, my current project is to rewrite the resolution so that we don't have these problems. And I'm a resident and I love the community. I want to be here. And for that area specifically to be picked out now, no one has come up and wanted to develop. They call it the Village of Cheshire because in this book, there's a history behind where this community came from before Allen Creek existed, and all that stuff is in there. and it's 354 pages, so I can't quote every word. But as a team, we voted on this, and we've asked the community, in fact, in the next month or so, the residents will be invited, but it's only when it's in your backyard that you guys show up. I'm not, okay? And now what we've got is a lot of people are being affected by this. And like I said, the buffering, want to keep the community residential and low density. This particular area has been earmarked by regional planning because they're the ones that draw that map up there. And we like to hear it, but I don't know how to solve it. That's an area that small community, they want to do something commercial within close to the residents, but hopefully not affect it negatively. And what he's proposed, he's got some very unique ideas that it's higher density than I want, but and we appreciate the involvement, but I don't know how else.
Yeah, so it's hard to respond to these things. You know, this is a hearing where we're hearing their applications. We really can't get into those weeds. We welcome your questions and your input, and I love it when we see a room full like this, honestly, because it means you're engaged. That's what we want. But there's a different forum for those kind of things. We'd love to engage you in those. I'm sorry, I see a gentleman in the back.
I just stood up, I couldn't hear.
Oh. Yes, sir.
I'm William Cabbage, 5229 Cheshire Road. I heard you mention something about purchasing offsets for runoff or wetlands. And that property drains across Cheshire Road onto the north side of Cheshire Road. And during severe rains, there's severe flooding on that property north of Cheshire Road. And the increased takeaway of absorbing ground, I think the runoff is going to be even that much worse. And I don't know whether you're aware of the backside of the property on north of Cheshire Road floods during severe rains.
I would like to say that I own 2417 East Street, which is next to what he's trying to build.
You say your name
And
and
I
address.
disapprove
Can
of
you
it.
say your name and your address?
Name and address.
Please.
Beatrice Van Lowe. And I own 2417 East Street. And I severely reject what he's trying to do. We have a small community. I'd like to keep it a small community. It's always been just us neighbors. And I hate to see it go to a city.
Hi, I'm Julie Robbie, and our property actually backs up.
Can you say your address?
I'm sorry, 56393 Greenfield Drive. So our property backs up to this whole mess. We built in 1997. We were one of the first owners in that neighborhood. We knew eventually something would come in. We knew. Everything's been like denied. And you know what? We did this in the end. But here's the issue I have. I'm seeing a 30-foot setback from the property. That's not it. I'm sorry. It really isn't. That's what a community needs. Now, you're talking about trees? Yes, we have trees on our property. We had the mound built after our house was in, because it was required for the mound. I'm assuming you're going to require, to stay on the mound. The trees were planted on top of the mound. They are now 30-foot, 40-foot pine trees, 27 years later. So my concern is, like you said, reduce the number of houses facing our neighborhood. Add more trees. I know we probably can't stop this, but I'd like to reduce the density. That's what I have. Thank you.
Do you have any other? Yes, go ahead.
These are good questions.
On the calculate, oh, I'm sorry, Kim Trackler, 52 Penn Finch Lane, Harbors of Cheshire, on B Street. The calculation used is any of the common areas supposed to be taken out, the 20%, some type of calculation? He did the 0.14 for the wetlands, he did 50% for the roads. Is there anything required for the common area, which you kind of alluded to? Is there anything that has to come out for the common area? And also, why is the parcels being combined as a total when they're actually two separate parcels and there's a lot of different activity happening on one versus the other? That was number one. Maximum height of buildings is 35. There's nothing on the drawing stating 35 feet or less, so we don't actually know how tall those are. So if that could be added, that would be good. None of the dimensions are actually shown for the commercial buildings. There's partial dimensions. I blew up the drawings as best I could, but not all the dimensions are on there. So it'd be nice to see that, as well as the size of the dwelling units there. Because going back to the quantity, it would be real nice, again, to see less than 30 on there. I think everybody can live with houses. I think they would prefer houses versus condos and apartments and tri-levels and duplexes. There's no mixed use mentioned in the Berlin zoning resolution except for BCO, and one small comment on under Article 14 for the planned age restricted residential. So I'm trying to figure out where that comes from.
This is the OCP area.
There's nothing, the word mixed use does not appear in your resolution except for.
It's right here.
Is there a word? Because I searched the whole document.
26.
Oh, it's in 26. It's landscaping.
Sorry, 18. 18.
18, right?
18 is called the Old Cheshire and Development District, OCPD.
And that's mixed use, even though it doesn't say the words mixed use. Okay. All right. I don't know if they still plan on doing a patio upstairs for the restaurant. They talked about that. I don't know if that's still in. If it is,
Rooftop patio?
yeah.
Not at this time.
Okay, because on the mixed use for BCO, they have to be 550 feet away from a residential. So I don't know if that's the same rule that's going to apply, but that's a requirement up at the BCO for your mixed use. Page 18.7, section 1804, OCPUD development. Item F, that also states that you have to have 5 feet of landscape between the paved surface and sidewalks. So basically, all your parallel parking that is right next to the sidewalk and your parking that just backs in, you don't have that 5-foot strip. And that's in the OCPUD as well. And it was that item that I just read. Drawing A2 states that this development is going to be part of the community redevelopment area, which gives them a tax rebate or tax deferral or something, a tax abatement for up to 15 years. The taxes for 15 years. So FYI on that. I'd like to understand how so if you go with 30 houses, let's say on the other, and the other 15 end up going to commercial building, how do you go from, it's going to be 5 residents in the commercial building and we're going to have 15 in the commercial buildings? I mean, the footprint's not changing, so how do you have that much flux? And you have 14 garages. So I would think you have 14 residents, or those are all single use. So I'm just a little concerned about how we have all this flux in units above the commercial buildings. And the other question is, are the commercial building going to be retail on the first floor and residential on the second floor? Is that how it's broken up? Because it kind of looks like they're townhomes on some of them, because it looks like you've got entrances on the front and the back, and they look like regular homes, where some of the other elevations show like glass doors would be commercial. So just a question on that. Also not understanding the square footage. I know that 10,000 square foot keeps being thrown out there, but I did takeoffs as best as I could. I was in construction, so I just only takeoffs as best I could. And the 5,500 is basically for the first floor. And then you have 1,100 for the garages, and you have living space, I'm assuming, above the garages. So you're well more like 13,000 square feet on the building. So is there some I'm not understanding?
No, you're correct, but it's 10,000 dedicated to commercial. The residential, it doesn't doesn't count in that square footage.
Okay, so you have residential up the entire first floor, or entire second floor. So you're only
And some
counting,
hallways and stuff that lead to that second floor.
but your calculation for the traffic was only giving them 5,000, but you still have quantity of people in that other 5,000 on the second floor, and on the second floor, the 3,000 square foot
Well,
building.
it was.
So all his calculations were based on just first floor density, not second floor density. So you're looking at 13,000 plus over 6,000 with the second building. So you're looking at over 20,000 square feet of space being utilized by either retail or residential. So just another thought on that.
Kim, I'm sorry, would you like me to answer any of these?
You said I was not talking, and nobody's supposed to answer, so I wasn't sure.
Well, what I want to make sure of, I guess.
I just want to get on the record, so.
Sure. What I do want to make sure of is that if your questions are answerable, then we do get answers so that if you're stating something that may not be accurate, that it's not publicized,
Okay.
and after information.
I would love to have answers to all these. I just know I had 4 minutes, so I didn't have some.
You can let him respond after done.
Okay, well, with that,
Can I respond to this one point, because I'm not gonna remember
Yeah.
all of this. So, traffic study was done on 46 dwelling units and 10,000 square feet of commercial. It didn't matter where the dwelling units were, it was done as a parcel. Yeah, so the residential would be a, now you are correct, if we did the hotel option, and we built that, we used up all of our dwellings over on the other side, that's not really reflected in the traffic study, and I would need to have to go back and talk to somebody about that. But if I'm doing a lesser density on the right side, then that's probably gonna end up being dwellings.
I guess I go back to the dwelling quantities in the east and the west buildings, the commercial buildings. You're saying if you get your space on the east parcel, which is where the residential be, you're only gonna put 5 homes above the retail building. But if you don't get that, you're gonna put 15 units above the retail. Like, how can you flex that?
I'm
when
not
you don't have-
saying it's physically possible. It's just,
But that's what you're putting in the public record, that's what you can do, so I'm trying to clarify.
well, we were allowed up to, we were allowed up to 46 dwelling units, or 45, whichever, however you do the math. The parking for that area was allowed to be dropped to 2 for, I think, every 250 square feet. That's not, that may be what's allowed, but it's not workable. It's not sustainable. It's gonna cause more problems down the road. I'm not in the habit of building to the minimums that were stated in the code for what a dwelling can be. Most of our dwellings are between, well, I think the smallest I ever built was 1,600 square feet. Normally they average around 3,000 square feet. So I don't think I can physically fit 15 units. If I could drop down to 30, I don't, well, I'm still limited to 11 is all that can be rentable if we were to consider those extended stay.
Because minimum you can do is 600. So you got 6,600 of that.
Yeah, I have 2 floors and 35 feet. I can get a first floor and then 2 floors above if I needed it. And you can put them inside the dormers. Like I have 2 houses in Harbor Point that are 34 foot 9 inches tall. They have a 3rd floor with 2 bedrooms up on the 3rd floor in a dormer. It's under the 35.
So you plan on having a 3rd floor into those buildings, as long as it's under 35 feet?
I don't know that I plan on having a 3rd floor, but when I start growing, I get a little creative. But I'm drawing inside the lines.
You're creative.
But I'm drawing inside the lines. That's not outside the lines.
Keep going, Kim.
Okay, so you have a couple of buildings labeled Millhouse, Nettingham, and Constantia. What are those? Because they're actually on, the Millhouse and the Nettingham are actually on the garage buildings, the ones with garages, so there would be no access underneath. It would just be whatever's on the second floor. So are those names for your hotel or residential, or what is? the purpose of those
Constantia
names?
was a post office that used to be here after Judge Constant Lewis, I believe is his name.
What's it gonna be though? Like, what is that space gonna be?
That's a garage with residential above.
You're just throwing names on the building, they don't actually go to like a business. Is that?
Well, where a sign is and where a business is, they don't, I mean, if the business is in the entire building, if the sign is 30 feet to the left of where the business is, I don't know that it affects
Do
it.
you have planned tenants for those buildings?
No, I
that
do
are
not.
Mill Creek or a mill house and then again?
No,
Just have names on there.
those names all harken back to the people, even the street names, are landowners that used to be in this area back in the 1800s, and early 1900s. Again, I'm trying to build a village, something that reflects the past and then, allows us to continue on into the future. Constant Park Place is after that Judge Lewis. The park is I guess my homage to him and his relatives that settled in this area. Nettleman used to have a mill in this area. Ryan lived here and owned some land. Bakoven lived around the corner.
Can we keep going on? We don't need the history, I just need to The entrance from East Street onto Constance Place will definitely increase, traffic on 4th Street and East Street. You said get it back to the 20 feet, 4th Street's always been 10 feet. It has always been 10 feet. East Street is 18, we measured it. People are bypassing the intersection of Cheshire and Africa, cutting down 4th Street now because traffic is backed up onto Africa south of 4th Street. So they cut through there, so we're adding a lot of traffic. We have the new warehouses there, which adds to the traffic with the truck traffic. I don't know if they can widen that to 20 feet, because now you're into the other people's property, which,
That's the right of
if they did, yes. But I just see a lot of traffic with the entrance off of East Street into the back. The delivery trucks will come down 4th Street and up at East Street. They will, you already told me boat and truck trailer or boat, boat trailers would be coming through there. They would have to come through there in parallel.
Hey, Kim,
So
I'm sorry, I do need to cut you off because I got other people who wanted to talk.
We are supposed to hold everyone.
I know, so
Okay.
you had great questions and I'm glad there was dialogue, but it's running way long, so.
Ron Vogel, I live at 5658 Summer Boulevard. I'm gonna make it real quick. I don't think high-density housing is a good idea. I think we're just gonna start something that's just gonna stay. Infrastructure, can't maintain police and fire, our school district. When's it gonna stop? We do have a voice. Go to Galena and Black Hawk Golf Course, same type of developers were coming in, trying to have these, grand ideas of building these high-density neighborhoods. And as you can see, Black Hawk's kind of a boat dead in the water. So we do have a say to what's going on. So, I'm all about like restaurants. I love my Cheshire market, don't get me wrong, but it is nice to have some variety. But if this is going to happen, just make sure that it's going to look nice. That's where we depend on you guys to represent us. That's all I have.
Tom Gordon, 5737 Gwinnett Drive. I have one main issue with this, and it's like, I'm kind of surprised you guys seem to be entertaining this. I drive up and down Africa Road or down Cheshire Road, there's nothing like this. I heard condos and I was like, oh, that doesn't fit here, that shouldn't be up in this area. And now tonight I'm hearing apartments. I mean, I'm just really surprised you guys are considering that. If these guys said they were gonna take that field and put in 12 houses there, I wouldn't be at this meeting, because that would make perfect sense to me. This is just the wrong area, it's too dense, I hate it, I just hate it. I'm certainly not against
controlled development, it's the American way.
Can you say your name and your address?
Excuse me, Frank
Thank you.
Metcalf, 3616 Africa Road. And again, I'll start over, I'm not against controlled development. Again, it's the American way. But I'm sorry, I can't escape the impression that we buy 11 acres and then try to figure out how much stuff we can cram into it. But we're going to be flexible and creative. If it's 30, that's okay. So I hope this gets settled. Number two, we'll never be able to predict the impact on cute little old Cheshire Village with this development. But I'll tell you what, Lewis Center is fixing to find out what the effect of Evans Farm is. And they don't know yet, but it's coming. And Lewis Center, for what those little folks knew, is going to disappear. And Cheshire Village, such as it is, even a little old settlement of Africa, which was a settlement many years ago, that's gone. All that's left is the road. And this concerns me. And traffic, they can't put a roundabout there because the substation got put there. Unless you tear down the Cheshire Market, unless that's what we want to do. And if I was Larry Klein, I'd be a little nervous. So those are the thoughts that I have, and I thank you for letting me say it.
I'm Marilyn Lugna. I don't have much of a voice right now. 5658 Summer Boulevard. I'm married to Ron Vogel. I do have a big concern with the rentals, and whether it's for seasonal or renting as apartments. I don't think our school system can handle it. I don't think it's fair for our police, our fire, and our infrastructure also. That's all I really wanted to say.
Is there any, oh, I see somebody, go ahead.
Hi there, I'm Jacob Reinhardt. I live at 5256 Finch Lane in Arbors of Cheshire. So some technical questions. Two of the links on the website were like not working at all, and these were the financials and the presentations document, and both of these links to them just led to a 404 page. So we weren't able to view those two documents. And then the third thing is that none of the documents posted online had any they have the divergencies section posted on them, so we couldn't preview to see if there might be something in these divergences, if one of them could be like worded to make it sound like it's not as bad of a divergence, but it actually is. So public didn't have any knowledge of what the divergencies were. And so my next point is that like when I was a kid, I'd always I had the bus stop at Fordham East and also at East in Cheshire, and I always felt comfortable at the time because it was quiet around those times. And my concern is with the new commercial buildings going in, one of them could be like open at like 7 a.m. and with the proposed renting, my concern is that it'd make future kids not feel safe being out there at the bus stop anymore with cars trying to pull into the businesses and stuff. And also, then my next point regarding the commercial businesses is that on the plan, it makes it look like that those commercial buildings are trying to be like, for like big businesses and not like something small like the current restaurant on East Street and Cheshire Market. It's like, from the plans, it looks like they're trying to get in like some sort of like big restaurant chain or something. And I just don't think that mixes in with this area, and with the plan in general, it doesn't seem like this maintains the rural agricultural character of Berlin Township, which is from like the existing land use character of the area. And finally, just like the design of the buildings, I'm not as big of a fan of because it's trying to mimic what I just call is like a modern traditional style. Like the design shown sort of just like mimic what's seen at Evans Farm. And none of the buildings existing in Village of Cheshire show or have like any of that look, so it just like looks like a sore thumb compared to everything else. And one thing when I was looking through the old plan or the plans, I was comparing it with the Shire development, and those developers were trying to appeal to the rural character of this area, and they made sure that everything was to be hidden behind the trees, which this plan tried to make it seem like as if it's open and visible from the road of Cheshire, but that was in their plans that it would be hidden behind the trees, so it wouldn't be as visible from Cheshire. And so my final point I'll just add is that like the density of this just seems like it's even worse than the original villas that Cheshire Ridge plan was. I'd say this happens to be worse in terms of density compared to that which got denied. So.
Ryan Warner, 5675 Greenfield. I know there was a mention of like, our property is the first property that is adjacent to this lot in which they're proposing the common complex. Although there are trees in our backyard, and I know there was some mention of my daughter and I sit there, I'm with every single morning, you know, the school buses going up and down Cheshire Road all the time. I don't care when it is, we count cars, school buses, dump trucks, whatever it may be. Doesn't matter if it's summer, winter, whatever, you can always see out to Cheshire Road. There's nothing that's going to block the view from our homes to those condominiums, not anything. And I would welcome any of you to come have a cup of coffee and check it out. Second note I would like to bring up is that I primarily work in condominium complexes. And I have on more than one occasion seen a builder pull out due to lack of sales and leave them abandoned, half finished and in ruins. And I hope that there's a contingency put in place should something like that happen. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ben Hartson, 5779 Cloverdale Drive. Brand new to the area. I really appreciate everybody for having me and my family. We searched all over Dublin, Hilliard. We wanted to find the right place for town, Blue Center. We've done this area. Love the look and feel of everything that's here. The community, the homes, the architecture, it all matches, it all fits. This does not fit this area. We didn't choose this, didn't know about it. Probably would have bought a different house had I known that this was going to go in, being perfectly honest. It's really tight. I looked at the plans. If everything's touching, even if it's not, it's 10 feet away, that's less distance than the stable. I mean, you can't even fit all these people within 10 feet. How are you going to fit all these condos? Last point, rentals. I just feel will destroy the community. There's no rentals around. Why are you going to put all these rentals in 11 acres? Doesn't make sense.
Mike Aston, 5210 Finch Lane. On the condominium bylaws, the declaration states for Article 16, expansion allows them to expand the condo property for up to 7 years and 14 if the property owners agree to it. And we also, the other Article 3 Section J states there's no limit on the number of dwellings that can be leased. So in essence, that doesn't prevent a developer or someone coming in, purchasing those condos, and then renting them out as apartments for all intents and purposes. I don't know. And then lastly, liability insurance. There's nowhere in their states that everyone that's going to use this bocce ball or basketball court, they're not covered under any liability insurance. I'm not sure who's covering that. Some of it get insurance.
Lori McCoy, 5843 Burnett Drive North. So I agree with what everybody said. But also, when I look at these condos, there's no roads, well, there's very narrow roads, it sounds like, with adjacent parking on the side. How are the sanitation trucks going to get by? If there's a restaurant there, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna catch fire at some point. You're gonna have all the emergency vehicles and everything, so and that's gonna trap innocent citizens. You're gonna have innocent citizens that live there, you're gonna have innocent citizens that are there having dinner. That's 11 acres. Do you realize how small that is? That is so tiny for 46 dwellings and a huge, public, whatever. I mean, that's just insanity. I just think it's a fire hazard. It's very unsafe for living in that section if that would go through. I think it would, the reduction of that would have to be tremendous. Down even 30 would be too big for 30 dwellings there. That's.
Patty Markham, 2428 Laura Court. I agree with everybody here. High density, we moved up here 22 years ago. Never heard of this, never want this. High density is not for this area. If I wanted high density, or anybody else, they would have gone Evans Farm or someplace else. We are not Sunbury, we are not Delaware, we are not Dublin. This is not what Sunbury looks like. It isn't even close to Sunbury. All the animals are being pushed out of this area. Like you said, they're gonna tear down that whole group of trees. Where are all the animals going? Does anybody care? No. I am really surprised at you guys, at how much you love this land. I'm very surprised. Think about animals, just one. You're gonna put up big walls around detention ponds so that the animals can fall in them and not get out. I don't understand. I don't know why we need this. No, we don't need this. Huh? Yeah, who does benefit? It doesn't benefit us who moved up here to be away from this. And now this is coming to us. Who does it benefit? Yeah, who does it? And nobody's answering that. I mean, you're smiling, but I don't know
I'm
why.
just sitting here, I'm not going to engage, but I'm just sitting
I know.
here. Okay.
Do you even live close to it?
I live in the township, but I'm not going to engage, so
Okay,
we're done.
you don't
I'm
live-
sorry, are you done?
We're in Meadows at Cheshire, so we live right behind it. Yeah, I'm done.
Jesse Downey, 5581 Greenfield Drive. Moved to the community in 2018. Like everybody else, I agree with everything that's been said here from the community. I was reflecting on some of the comments from earlier. I know the gentleman here, I'm sorry, is it Jerry?
Yes.
You had mentioned that it had been 15 years that we were looking at this specific area, this property, and looking at options for developing or looking at what to do with that property. I really hope that the commission isn't looking at this as the option to just solve that problem and check the box. If it's been 15 years, let's give it some more time to review that and look at the density. You were the same person that made the comment about the density yourself, saying that I don't like that high density, and we need to get that lower. I heard some other people in the room talk about if this were houses that were going in, single family homes, we wouldn't all be here. So it's really, what I'm hearing from the room, and I'm trying to observe all the comments, is that it's about the density. It's too much, and we're talking, nobody likes the rentals. I really second that. We don't have rentals in this area, so we don't want the rentals. The last comment I really have is hearing the comments in the room. Sorry, I lost my train of thought here. You were talking about it being 15 years and that we didn't like the density. But you had also mentioned that there were comments from the community, or there was some survey. I think that was what you were referencing there. I'd like to point out that even though we were talking about restoring a village from people that had been here in the 1800s, this is your community. This is who came out to voice their opinion. And these are the people that just found out about it. I think the other comment you had made was, well, the people will come out when it's in their backyard. We just discovered it was in our backyard. And forgive me if we're not keeping up with the zoning commission and keeping up with all of the activities that you have to go through in your day, but this just now came to our backyard, so yes, that is why we're here. And I haven't heard if there are some positive comments or if there is some feedback you have from your emails. I haven't heard any of that presented tonight. I'd like to understand if there are benefits. I think we were talking about who does it benefit. Is there anybody from the community that are residents, not on the commission and not the developer, that have brought to the table, this is what we want to see and this is what will benefit? And I think one of your comments was, if it comes from the survey and says, oh, this is what we want, this is what we want in the area, I'd like to know if those same people have seen this plan and agree to the density that's going to come to the area. That's all.
Oh,
You're fine, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Holly Harden, 5611 Greenfield Drive, also in my backyard. I just want to say, I've never been to one of these meetings before, and it seems like there's a lot of unknowns, what ifs, back and forth of, do you have the answer to this question? Do you have an answer to this question? No, I don't have an answer to this question. Who has an answer to this question? And I just hope all of these questions are answered before any kind of final decisions are made, and just to keep that in mind for our community.
Go ahead.
Matt Hollis, 5812 Stewart Road. I guess, everybody's sitting here talking about who's going to benefit, who's being put in for it. And it was kind of made clear in the presentation. We said we're putting in spots for the voters and spots for the people at the campground come over and see. But there's no mention of we're putting this in for the community. It's for all the people they're trying to draw into this community that all of us moved out here to get away from. If we wanted to go to downtown Westerville or have our backyard, we go to downtown Westerville. Because that sounds like what we're going for here. And you go to that as a destination. We moved out here to get away from those type of areas, those type of destinations. And it sounds like this is being put in with the idea of bringing that type of person into the area. Who's going to take advantage of it? The weekend boater, the campers, the people who came up to Allen Creek State Park to the beach for the day. But it doesn't seem like it serves the needs of the people sitting there.
Okay, is there any further public comment? I see somebody. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name's Mike Brown. I live at 5677 Stewart Road. In the presentation, it talked about affected homes. It had blue, light blue and dark blue, I think it might have been. My home wasn't in that, and I could see this field from my backyard. And the thought of high-density housing is just the worst feeling, as opposed to the current state where I was just looking at the field and I see the deer in the morning and the wildflowers and such. So the other point that's being made is the visual aspect. Yeah, I can see all of that in my backyard as well, but currently on that property, there's never been a car alarm that's gone off. And if any of those units has a car alarm go off at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I keep my windows open, I'm gonna hear that. It's gonna wake me up. So I think for myself, and particularly the ones that are adjacent to it, are going to be very much negatively impacted by this plan. And so pass it, you vote it back.
We have more comments?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Tom Maybear, small business owner. I love Cheshire. I think everybody else up here loves.
Can you say your address?
5250 Cheshire Road, 5260 Cheshire Road, and 2412 East Street. I see the buses every day on both corners. Got to be really careful. She had mentioned the wildlife. I've purchased these properties because they're commercial. Okay, I love Cheshire. Okay, I tore down a vacant house that sat vacant for 2.5 years. I'm going to build a small warehouse with a lawn and trees. You're going to like it. I just think the density is a little bit too high. I have to go with, what he said, go with, the single family homes, is more of what this community needs, for the most part. I've seen a lot of bad accidents. There's been two fatalities on Africa Road several years ago, just south of your neighborhood. Okay, 2 high school students died a week before high school started. Okay, one of them, lived inside a reserve. She did. Okay, I serviced lawns on that street. There was ribbons for several years. Okay, but getting back to it, I just think the density is a little bit too high. I don't oppose commercial development. I think it's good to have some growth, but the too many homes in the acreage that you have is just too high. That's all I have to say.
Any further public comment? Okay.
What's it, more of a question? My name is Barry Bainey, 5650 Greenfield Drive. Since we were accused of, not wanting or not worrying about this since it was in our backyard, now that it is, what's the next step? Where do we go from here? Is there a vote? Is there more meetings?
That remains to be seen. So this is all part of the process. And the applicant gets to decide how he would like to proceed.
Okay, so there's no vote?
If he decides that he would like to have a vote, then there is a vote.
Oh, okay.
Well, who? Are you guys?
Okay, thank you.
Are there other people who have comments?
Already approved. I think more clarity on that. So it's already been approved by the township.
No, this is a hearing to determine all the questions that we have and all the questions you have. I'm going to close public comment. Do commissioners have any further?
I would actually like to say something. So we understand that there's a lot of very negative feelings in the room, but we do need everyone to stay composed, okay? There's something very important to understand. We cannot turn down an applicant if they want to come in. We can't tell them that they're not allowed to present to us. So that is why these people are here presenting to us. We can't just say, no, go away, we don't feel like talking to you. It's not allowed. We actually can be sued. The township can be sued for that. So we want you to understand that, and that's why they're here, and that's also why sufficient notice is given when we have a meeting. So we're very happy that you came out to voice your concerns, but please understand that, and please try to remove the you. Why are you doing this to us? Because we're not doing anything to you. This is the way that the process works within the township. It's within all townships in reality. This is the way that it works, and this is the process that it goes through. So please just know that, and please try to remove the attacking is all we ask, okay? Just kind of fair.
Where did you hear that?
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close the public comment. Applicant, do you have any things you would like to say or clarify or ask of us?
Well, I guess first I have my engineer address the flooding.
Okay.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Garrett Baker. I'm Mr. Burke's site civil engineer working on a project. I worked with him on several other developments around central Ohio. There were a couple comments I just wanted to maybe help clear up a little bit. Delaware County has extremely strict runoff regulations that we need to provide detailed engineering calculations for. So I remember somebody made a comment about flooding in Cheshire Road. We're required to retain and release stormwater at a much reduced rate than what is presently going across Cheshire. So any flooding in the area should be drastically improved. We've also had conversation with the fire department regarding access around the site. So this doesn't get built unless the fire department signs off on it and says, hey, this is safe to be built for any potential fire or emergency access. We've also had conversations with Delco Water on making sure we can adequately provide water line service throughout the area, fire suppression service throughout the area, making sure there's no fire hydrants, and everything for fire coverage. And then finally, we've had talks with Delaware County Regional Sewer District as well to make sure that there are no sanitary capacity issues with the proposed development of the area. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, sir, we've closed public comment. Any other comments, you guys? How would you like to proceed?
We go back, found the paragraph that talked about landscaping. I agree that I need an exhibit that probably illustrates this better, but the actual language on the revised, the actual draft text that I put forward says that at the time of plan submission, each single-family attached and detached unit shall provide intermittent landscaping beds along both the front and any side elevations facing public or private streets, unless the landscape buffer has already been provided. Typically, in the other communities I've been in, the development text reflects a framework of what is allowed and what is not allowed to be done. The exhibits greatly help in terms of where the landscaping beds go and things like that. But most subdivisions aren't designed with specific houses in mind. They have this same framework that's in their architectural review. They might have some examples of some styles, like if you were in Victorian Village, say, they have a booklet that shows you what they're looking for. But then each plan is supposed to be designed to comport with those rules, and then it's evaluated, by an architectural review board. The HOA has their own design guidelines, and then the zoning officer gets to see the plans that are submitted. Does it meet what was promised for that area, or what was designed for that area? I don't know how to give you exactly the buildings that we're going to put in. The ones I designed were based on ones that I had in the past. Like I said, we didn't just present stuff to Westerville or City of Delaware and just blindly say this is what it had to be. I'm not opposed to only doing single family homes in there. If I can still get that, 30 to 34 units in that corner, that's fine with me. It limits my marketing a little bit, but it's actually probably what I would have shot for, what I would like to have. I just don't have a fallback position if I, limit it to that, but that's okay. We did that, like I said, over in Glen Conic Village. I don't know how to address this rental. It's not a halfway house. I'm not trolling the prisons to see if anybody wants to live up in this area. I don't think the Meadows has a background check before you buy a house over there, so why someone would want me to have a background check doesn't make any sense. My rentals are $2,400 a month. The people that rent my houses aren't the ones you're going to have problems with. We've rented several houses in these surrounding subdivisions over the years. Never had any problems with anybody complaining about the renter, the tenants that we had in any of those subdivisions. The rules specifically say that a developer can only hold 11 or 25% out as for himself as rental. I was trying to follow the rules in everything that I presented here. I don't know how I got in so much trouble trying to follow the rules. You know, the text says what we're looking for this area. I've known about that text since 2007, 2008, when I was looking at developing the piece over on 23. I bought that back in 2004. I can understand how other people missed it and didn't know that it was available. But at that time, back in 2005, 6, 7, 8, this area, it died at Home Road. Delaware County died at Home Road. It died at Big Walnut. There was no growth that had occurred, and now it's exploding. When I was young, I lived on County Line Road in Westerville, and there was nothing. There was our houses on our side of the street, and there was nothing for miles. And now we've grown all the way up, like I said, to Home Road, to Big Walnut Road, and now here I am getting ready for my retirement years, and I'm probably going to see in the next 20 years everything grow all the way to 36, 37. I'm driving down roads right now where I never thought there would be subdivisions. Berlin Station, all the stuff that they're doing over there, Broadmiller Road. I don't even recognize Section Line out further west. And then look at 3Bs and K to come back here and look at all the development that's gone in along that road. I don't know what's going to go in here in the future. I know what hasn't gone in the past, but I don't really see where I've deviated from the stated objectives that were written in the plans that I had available to look at. Now, there are things in the OCPUD that I don't match up with, but they lean in favor of what was stated in the comprehensive plan, that's what you were looking for in this area. This isn't something new that in 2023 you published that you wanted in this area. It was in 2010. And I would say back to the 80s, people were trying to develop this area, but there wasn't enough population to support anything more than what we actually have. You look back through those maps and you don't see anything in Cheshire changing for the last 40 years. But that's not what the code says. The code had a specific idea in mind of what it wanted for the area, and I tried best to fit to that. Is my density higher? It's not illegal. It's within what the land calls for. But I'm fine with backing that down and requesting, say, a max of 36 units in place, or even placing a measure that says only single-family homes or single-family homes 40 foot wide would be along those shared boundaries. Still leaving me to have a denser product in the center. I'm not sure how to address the commercial because it's very minimal in relationship to everything else that's there.
I think part of the problem maybe lied in the difference between the informal meeting that you had with us and this concept here, because you said that the commercial is minimal, but in the informal, you boasted a lot about there were 3 shelter houses. There were, this was going to be a place for retail shops to come in, like bakeries and all these things, and now you're saying the commercial is minimal.
Well, I had 15,000 square feet of 2-story commercial in those earlier drawings.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot more intensive use, but I lost one exit that came there. When I lost the exit, I was struggling with the entrance that people come in on the commercial. How do I separate the residential from the commercial Like, I think the park would be nice if it was right on the corner of East Street. That's where I need those ponds to feed across, and it doesn't give me any separation between the residential if the commercial is right across the street from the Shires. So I tried to get the commercial as far to the right as I could, closer to downtown Cheshire, and keep the residential, although it's a higher density than what's there. As you leave any village, the density gets less and less as you go. You start out at 5 per acre here. The subdivision behind us is about 4. The Meadows is at like 3. You get down to Summerwood and you're at 1. I'm sure Harbor Point probably falls around 2. So it's a natural progression. That doesn't address anybody's concerns, but I didn't come in here to upset all of you.
And I wasn't stating that, I was just saying that, from what was said in the informal meeting about what the outlook was, it seems to have, added more houses and more residential and lessened the amount of retail shops that people might want to visit and, the shelter houses to be able to use and things like that. So I wasn't asking for a rebuttal to that. It was just, I was trying to state a fact of, when I saw this plan versus what was in the informal, it had changed pretty drastically. So that was.
Yeah, you talked about the trees around the playground equipment. That's a nice idea. I guess I would need some direction on where to put those trees. But the pavilion was another nice idea. I did merge those into one building. I don't know if maybe they should be separated out and again, put in a different section so that we're not intermingling with private and public use. Liability. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you'd ask for a park. You'd ask for a basketball court. So I wanted to provide that. We would have liability insurance. Because all condominium associations.
Yeah, it would be a common element of the association. We need to ensure that.
So, do you want to proceed with a vote this evening? Is, I guess, the big question. I might ask that some of the things that we have expressed that we would like to have pinned down, specifically how many houses, will they be single? Basically where they will be placed, more detail on the landscaping. Because this is an administrative review, so an approval would be final. And personally, I think there's a lot more detail to be filled in. The ship may have sailed, but I'd love to see some dialogue between you and the neighbors. There are ways to make this, I don't even know if palatable is the right word, but just more of a meeting of the minds.
Well,
and that's.
Imagine driving in a school zone at 19 miles an hour. Somebody walks up and wants to stop you and tell you you need to drive 10. You're looking at the sign and you know what your speedometer said. What are you doing wrong? I think anyone here would tell that person to step off. I'm not sure why people are telling me I can't do what the rules specifically say are permitted for this area. Now going for the be all I can be, guilty. But I'm prepared to come off of that. What dialogue am I gonna have when most of them are telling me 12 houses?
Right.
And that's not doable.
Right, no, I do understand what you're saying.
And all houses wasn't an option when I was talking here originally. There was supposed to be some sort of a mix of commercial and residential. So I left here with, please do not go over 45 feet. Don't have your lights shine, facing us, and no weddings. I still can't figure that out, but no weddings were allowed to be held in those public pavilions. All right, so.
Somebody else would probably insist on weddings. I mean, we have a lot of different opinions, obviously.
Well, right, but it's just like this thing with convicts. I don't know a bunch of convicts that are running out to the country
Fair enough.
to live. But it's easy to paint that in broad strokes, and instead of looking at those individual things, what I hear is the neighbors don't want anything there, and yet I didn't come in here, like I said, for the other 4 lots to ask you to do something that wasn't allowed on those 4 lots. I've got a piece of land that specifically says I'm allowed to do certain things. Now, I would, love to have a vote that tells me I can proceed and here's some conditions. We only want to have, 30, I'm just gonna use a round number, 35 houses for the residential piece. I'm not sure how you deny me the ability to have rentals when it's in the code. And I don't see people living above commercial as, something you would expect to find downtown, but I'm not sure I'm gonna find long, I may, but I'm not sure. I don't know that I wanna bet on the fact that I'm gonna find some long-term people that want to live up there. But I do know I can get people that would wanna live there longer than a hotel. We're gonna say take 3 months, spend the summer up here and run around. I spend a lot of time on vacation, other places, but then I go out here and walk the dam or ride the bike across Cheshire Road, and every place I leave to go see is how this place looks from April to now, till September. This is some of the prettiest times right now to be driving up and down Africa Road and up and down Lewis Center. So,
We'd like to keep those trees.
So, are you asking them that we proceed with the vote?
I would ask for a vote with the conditions that are.
Because those conditions would have to come from you.
So you want me to re-blindfold myself? And come back with something that people aren't gonna be happy with? Or would you like me to list the conditions based on what the feedback that I heard that I feel I can adjust?
We cannot create your application for you, so that's what I'm saying, but, I think there are several things that we outlined, the density being a big one. The setbacks, I think there was dialogue about the multi-use plan, I'm not sure that we've got any settling on that, and I'm not sure we can, honestly, because I think that those are governed by other entities. Jerry, would you agree with that? It's not up to us, but I think we're sort of throwing that out there, that has been an expectation for literally every other development that we have done in the last 3, 4, 5 years. The multi-use plan on the corridors.
You mean the path?
The
Is it a plan?
multi-use. See, it's
Yeah,
late.
I know, I just wanted to-
Multi-use path, yes, that. If you reduce your density, can the setbacks be altered? I think these things are not easily.
Do the setbacks need to be altered if they meet the shallow zero
Are
setback
they
requirements
divergence?
that,
Are they?
they are divergence that I asked for?
Right. So, I think the calculation becomes, is that an acceptable divergence? We can ask.
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
See, that may not be favorable to you. If you're reducing your density, can that be adjusted?
Well, I can agree to reduce the density now. But like I said, the 35 unit plan, the 30 unit plan is all single family homes.
Right.
And I could do that. I don't see us putting the other 15 over on the other side because we don't have the size for it, but at least 9. I would probably like as an upper, I don't think I would get to 9. I think what I had designed was set up for actually 4, 5, 6, 7. Each of those 2-car garages I was expecting to be for the residences that were above. And forbid the hotel use, so that doesn't have to be something that's addressed, or it requires another one of these meetings to address it, because that's more transient in nature, than the residential condominiums that would be above. I mean, I'm not, I don't know how they feel about those things that I'm proposing, but I'm not here to say it's my way or the highway, but it's not zero.
Certainly.
There has to be a realistic coming to terms and treating the village like is the Meadow of Cheshire. I think does the Meadows of Cheshire a disservice. If you want to live in the Meadows of Cheshire, that's what it's there for. The people I expect to sell the homes to are people in their 60s and 70s that want to have a place that they can retire to. I'm tired of a $3,000 mulch bill in the spring that I have to take care of. Now we're paying the guy to blow leaves all over our property. I'd like a smaller place that other people are taking care of. I look at all the EPCON communities that are going in around here and the ones that Romanelli's putting in, it's the same setup. You have a shared expense that's taking care of landscaping, snow removal. Our roads are all going to be private, so we're not using public funds for that. The street lights are going to be ours. We're going to take care of the electricity. Same thing with the lights. We would need lighting around the basketball court. I do understand we have to somehow have that lighting be down and not directing it adjacent houses. Those are things that are usually worked out during the planning. I don't think you have you get that specific when you're just looking for the development text that the OCPUD defines what's allowed to be there.
Right. Coming down to the 30, you said 35, Russ? You said 30?
Well, I would say 30 single-family homes in some area A.
I didn't hear you correctly. I'm not trying to increase it at all.
Yeah.
But coming to 30, does that increase your setbacks? Because
It doesn't change it gives us 10 feet between every house with wraparound landscaping that we talked about, but it doesn't make my setbacks match those of people who do not live in my subdivision. I'm not sure why my setbacks need to meet.
If that would change the setbacks at all.
Just the side.
Side, okay,
Yeah.
so it would be 10 feet on the side, okay.
So you mentioned how because of the roads, because of losing an entrance exit road, that's what kind of caused you to have to decrease your commercial. Is there any way to bring back some of that commercial, maybe to make up for the fact that you had to add homes in to make the equation work?
Well, I can tell you how dumb I am.
Portion is,
We have a
just because that is
subdivision
something that I
where we
think,
put the ponds underground so that we could build above the ponds. We've got 44,000 cubic feet of water that you can't see anymore because we didn't have room for the ponds. It saved us 5 houses. There's no reason I couldn't cap those ponds and put commercial buildings there in their place. I need the ponds for capacity, not necessarily for show. Now, I don't know that would actually be 4 times what I had before, and I don't think the traffic study would support it. I mean, now you might be talking about a light at East Street or at Ryan Street and 2 turn lanes. One turn lane and an off lane for traffic to get out of the way and then turn into our property. The problem with the setbacks in terms of Cheshire Road is the original concept talked about having like angled parking that you could pull up, get out, go into the shops. That pushes my building closer to the residential. I also don't like how shopping malls, you just see nothing but a sea of parking. The idea that we can get some buildings up close and get that downtown feel and place the parking in back happens because of that 0 setback. If I had to go 30 from the new 20 that we had to give up, then I wouldn't have any room for parking behind. The housing, because it's not a subdivision that's going to have a bunch of kids, maybe some grandkids is what I foresee visiting there. I don't know that the yards and the setbacks really accommodate that. It works over in the Meadows of Cheshire, it works over in Harbor Point, because you have larger families that are living in those houses. Now, the 40-foot design works fine for that, whether it's a full ranch or a story and a half. And I don't have to build all the way to the 40. I could still put some 35-foot homes in there. They would just have more space between the houses. So if somebody came and wanted to build a smaller house, I'm not going to turn them away. The 40 just gives us an upper limit so that the people around me know what's the maximum number of houses that could possibly be, facing or abutting to us. The distance, I didn't mean to laugh early when the lady mentioned the rear yard, but it's the same rear yard that Meadows has, which is 30 feet. Now, a lot of those homes are 2 stories, so they're probably another 20 feet back from that rear setback, which we can do. A typical 2-story is only 34 feet deep. We have 66. So it's possible to build a 2-story and then build that patio, and it would look almost identical. But instead of being 52 feet wide, it's going to be 40 foot wide. Some of those houses are almost 58 to 60 feet long if they've got a third car added to them. Our twin singles are 57 foot 4 in width. So I thought the twin singles would blend, but I got the same opposition in the city of Delaware. So we said those 16 lots all had to be single family homes. And then in this case, I would say that the inside area, the alley towards could still be a higher density. That would get me to 35. But if I'm going to agree to 30, then I'm going to end up with just single family homes there, like I had on my other.
That's a city. What am I city?
That would be this layout here. Now this actually has some 35-foot homes in it, so I would probably be at 28 for the houses on that side. If we went with all 40 everywhere, if I was allowed to have something higher density in the center, I'd get up to 18 there. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 18. So I go down, let's say we go down to 15 and 8, that's 33. That's still leaves me above the number. If you allow the higher density to be here, because they're farther away from them. So in that case, I would say with limiting the buildings that adjoin neighboring parcels, limiting them to 40-foot wide, the number that's allowable and still allows 10 feet between, I can adjust that layout. I don't know if they're interested in having a walking path, if anyone's seen where that easement is. I mean, it'd be easier for children to bike over to the shops that are there than if they had to go all the way around. If they're amenable to that, I wouldn't mind doing that, but I probably would need to have an allowance that I would give the 2 neighbors to put some sort of privacy, because they don't want to see all these people traipsing through between their houses. That's something I think the Meadows would have to sit and talk about and see if that's desirable to them. If that's not, I understand. Or maybe there's another path that could go through I'm not sure if we butt to that common area. I think we're out of that. That wouldn't work for us.
That is the Cheshire Park. That's in the middle of the.
Well, there's a couple of pieces with the other subdivision that is just woods, that if you had a walking path that came through there, but I think that comes up to Mrs. Van Loon's property. It doesn't come to ours, so I can't offer anything there. Now, if there's another section that cuts through that gets to that street than people would like. You just want a safe path for children to be able to, travel back and forth without going out on the Cheshire Road.
Well, I appreciate that you're willing to make some allowances. I have to tell you, I personally, I'm speaking only for me, would like to see this plan in black and white. We can vote on it with,
When's the next meeting?
Kathy, when do we meet again?
How long would it take you to do these, and make these revisions?
Me or them?
Well, and to get them to us.
Yeah, they need to have them before,
When's the next turn-in deadline?
So you wouldn't make the November 28th.
If they turn into by the 28th, though.
So if you get the revisions to me 2 weeks before the 12th, we could finish it on the 12th.
We
By the
don't have anything
27th.
else on the 12th?
The 12th, the only thing I've got on the agenda is our organizational meeting.
Just want to make sure.
So by the 27th, by November 27th.
If you feel like you can't get them to me, let's say by the 27th, that gives me 2 weeks to get them to these guys. The next meeting would be January the 9th.
Well, January 9th is too late. The seller will not let me have till January 9th.
So it's whatever, what do you want? Do you want the 12th?
Yes.
Okay. So my understanding is, I will put words in your mouth, okay, that you're requesting to table, to make time and date certain revisions, and then that we would revisit this at a time and date certain, which would be December 12th. The expectation that materials could be turned into this office by the 28th, so that they can be reviewed.
27th.
27th, 28th.
Yeah.
28th is fine. Does that suit you?
I'm fine with that. I know we can meet the deadline to make the changes. I just, again, feel like I've got my hand over my eyes and I'm throwing darts at a wall.
We don't want that, and, we have Jerry and Jake to help sort of guide if you have questions. I think,
Well, I mean, guide doesn't help me on whether
No,
the
I
vote is gonna be
understand.
yes or
Well,
no. So
So.
the idea would be that I'm balancing these modifications. The setback seems to be the biggest variation.
Well, setback, I think we do want specificity on the landscape.
We'll have that.
And specificity on, you're talking about single-family homes with a little transition between the meadows at Cheshire, moving the higher density up to the front. That's what I understood.
Yep.
I'd like to see that on paper. Any other things that you all?
I had adding more trees in for the landscaping along the map, along the rear. We just need the commentary to stop right now. This is really important right now that he's able to hear us okay. So we just need the commentary to just pause for a minute. That there's not gonna be any twin signals along with that. That butts up to meadows at Cheshire. I had down the cementatious siding, so no vinyl siding anywhere. That what I just said, that the trees and really evergreens that are along the back, as a buffer between meadows at Cheshire residents and that side. And then some shade trees within the green space for near the playground and basketball courts, that people could actually get out in the sun. That's what I have written down so far.
I think earlier you mentioned to mounting, but we discussed
We
what
had
have your
said,
problems,
yeah,
and that's that.
because we don't want trees to die.
If mounting helps, that's great. If nobody wants trees taken out, sometimes there are drainage considerations. So within reason, we're asking for the maximum possible buffering mitigation.
Okay, just want to make sure you're clear.
Yeah.
Then, yeah,
What did we
I
decide
think
about
on the
the-
landscaping was primarily that
Does that have to be
The
addressed?
path is not under our auspices. It is, like I said, what has been required for all the most recent developments, that multi-use path be on that outside perimeter. And so, I'm gonna, I guess, contact Jake and Jerry tomorrow to see if we can find out who's the actual authority on that.
Sure.
Because you've gotten mixed messages, we've gotten mixed messages. I don't even know what to say. It's unfortunate, but, see if we can get an answer that makes sense.
And then what about the parking strip? Isn't that an
I want
emergency too?
to, on East Street.
Oh,
There's strips that are
There's that
supposed to be in
concern.
between the parking and the sidewalk.
Landscaping.
well, it's part of our code that there's supposed to be a 5-foot strip of grass between the sidewalk and the curb, I guess.
So if I'm moving the garages so that everybody has 4 vehicles that they can park, I don't really need all that off-street parking. The
Well-
parallel parking I can get rid of.
I mean, that's a calculation, you don't have to,
Well, that'll give you the grass.
Yeah.
So, one less divergence.
we don't have divergences. I'm sure
We're
you've
not
noticed.
having divergences, so that can happen now.
And just to clear, it is tough to, from your perspective, I think everybody's perspective, it makes it difficult to give an actual vote when you don't have some detail, you know, like different numbers of houses, different things where you think you should have the detail, or maybe like the landscaping, you have it for the commercial, but not as much in the B and the A.
And the acreage for the sub areas.
And we can't just take your word that you'll have it.
No,
It has to be in my documentation. And that's why, like, from a vote perspective, like, we need everything you can put in to make it as defined as possible.
Yeah, so, I just want to ask a question. So, in the city of Delaware, we had an approval based on some contingencies that they told us what they wanted us to do if we, wanted a yes, but we didn't actually get our development text ironed out for another 30 to 45 days. And I guess if we had a major impasse, we would have been back up, but we didn't. We sat down and negotiated what worked best for both of us. I guess when I come to the next meeting, I need to know that, I want to try to put the best effort I can to address this and anything else I can think of with the comments that we had, but I still don't see the people that want nothing coming over to our side, and I'm still within all the rules, but say for the setback at this point. Because I'll have the exhibits or the other things like that.
The big problem is that the residents didn't get a say in this comprehensive plan. That's the big problem.
That was brought to not our community.
I've been here for 20-some years. I don't know nothing brought to me.
It was actually just advertised.
It was advertised, it
The
was on our website.
previous part of the plan, it
Or
was.
was it?
No,
Yeah.
I would love to have these conversations, I really would, but I think we probably need to wrap it up for tonight. We welcome this, we love community engagement. I gotta tell you, it is hard to sit up here sometimes when all you've got is a developer, and I'm not talking about y'all, but who you think has something really unreasonable. You know what, there's nobody in those seats, and we're up here going, we don't want that. This is much better, and I understand you're upset, and this is not here nor there, but I've been here 35 years, and 35 years ago, I was pretty upset about the meadows at Cheshire. Changed my lifestyle quite a bit. I'm just saying. This is the nature of the beast. They're not making any more land. Development happens. Our job and your job is to make sure that we get from you guys the best possible deal we can get. He is following our regulations. Ohio requires, if he follows our regulations, that we need to let him build what he wants to build. So we all care about the wildlife, we all care about the trees. I think you guys do too. So, it's never gonna be perfect. I hate that, I know we all hate that. But, sitting up here, I mean, I think we see some benefits. I know you guys aren't there yet, okay, I know that. but we're all doing the best we can. We appreciate that you're here, we really do. And we appreciate that you're giving this a go, and I know it's not easy for you all here, so. But Ohio is a right to build state, a landowner has rights, and if they own the land and they're following the law, what we can do is be reasonable and negotiate as best we can, and be the best neighbors we can, and that's all we can do.
I think what John's.
All of us live here.
I think what John's offering here, and all of us, is something for our community. I've been here for 25 years. And for everybody to go put hodgepodge down Cheshire Road, which anybody can come in here, put commercial buildings, gas stations, everything there. Look what John has designed for this. It's beautiful for the community. Not everybody's going to agree with this. Obviously, we're trying our best. But another developer would come here to slaughter this place really easily, under the rules.
If you follow the rules, you follow the rules. It doesn't necessarily mean we get the outcome we want. So we all want to get the best thing for the community, the best thing for you. We want to all be reasonable. And I know this is a really long meeting. I'm thrilled that y'all stayed this whole time.
Sir, can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Scott Malinky, 3660 South of Reeves and K Road.
I think really it's just, like, if you go to 1804, which you kind of broke down, it's, you had stuff in the plan that talked about these things, but it wasn't shown.
Right.
You know, it wasn't shown where, like, the building size, like it says, like, basically, like, in your development plan, which is part of the procedure to create OCPUD, it says prepare application and final development plan, and then it has all the listings of what you're supposed to have as a landscape plan drawn by a landscape architect to an overall scale of at least 1 to 100 with a larger scale elevations and cross sections. We see that you have a landscape plan with a, you know, by a landscape architect, but then we're missing all those landscape ideas that are supposed to go in the houses.
I apologize.
You know what I'm saying? So I think,
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's just, we can't, if we were to vote on this tonight, we would have to sit here and write down every single divergence on your development plan. We would have to write that down for it to be voted on and approved, because that's the final say. Does that make sense?
It does now.
And there are some developers
I
that
thought
wouldn't
there was,
Like the exact location of utility easements, the dimensions of building unit spacing, like, it doesn't, even in the commercial, it's hard to find and hard to read the dimensions of the commercial buildings.
well, my subdivision that we're doing now, we don't have our easements for utilities in place because AEP and Columbia Gas won't give me them until they have everything else laid out, installed in the subdivision. Even what the temporary drawings they're giving me, they're not part of our submission to the city, but will be on our final plat when we're done. And they're subject to adjust because despite what they think they're gonna do, they're gonna come out and run into some, let's say there's a tree they need to work around rather than remove. That easement language is gonna have to be rewritten. So that easement language isn't in stone, and I don't know that the easement is part of the.
I'm just reading what it says as what's supposed to be part of your development, from the OCPUD language in the zoning resolution, like the procedure. So it's prepare application and final development plan, and then it lists all.
I think the final development plan would be separate, I mean, right? Yeah,
I think this is it though.
But this is it.
This is the final
it. This is the final development plan that they have to approve.
Like they'll come back for our development.
And then it's up to Jake to enforce it.
Okay.
So we need it black and white, the actual plan that's there, with all, I don't know down to the tree, but all of the landscaping, all the plans, so that he can measure it.
Like it says lighting, it says, you
Yeah,
know.
but you're not gonna have, like, this is our final development plan. This is what our engineer put together. You don't have anything to put in for a house because you don't know what house is gonna be built or where it's gonna be built. I can give you an exhibit for what a typical landscape package is gonna look like. You have to allow for the garage door to have no landscaping. You have to allow for the front porch to have no landscaping. So you're left with, what, 10 feet of landscaping is the most that can be put on, plus wrapping the sides, 2 foot. Like I said, in case of a porch, you'd wrap it the full 6 or 8.
And that's what you would do, you would actually place the homes where you foresee them being, and then doing the landscaping plans, example landscaping plans of what you anticipate doing.
What if somebody wants a 50-foot wide house?
Well, if it is approved that we don't allow 50-foot houses.
That's that you don't allow less than 40.
But if your plan says that you're only going to go up to a maximum of 40, then.
I'm not gonna go below 40 on my width of the house. You didn't want a 35-foot home backing up to the houses. But if I built one that was identical in size to those and it fit on that lot, then that would lower my count. Let's say I only end up building 24 houses. Well, that's not what an OCPUD is. It's a development text that spells out what the concept is. You have an office mark that doesn't have every building called out. The Meadows of Cheshire didn't know any of the houses that were gonna be built. They were just lots. And that's where you had to build the house. And that's what we have here. We have an area.
There are no lots, though, that's the problem.
But there is an area that we're going to build houses. How those houses are gonna be laid out. I mean, initially I came in here up to 45 because that's what code allows. I'm not gonna get to that. If I do all single family, I'll get to 30, maybe less. And then let's say the 7 or 8 units is all that we would allow in the commercial. That would put me at 35 max.
So it sounds like working with Jake and Jerry will be key then of how to present them, how to get your material together for the next meeting, what the best way to display it will be. And they can interpret this.
I mean, you didn't have the Meadows of Cheshire turn in 100 landscaping plans for 100 houses.
Well, no,
But when the house was submitted, it was.
Very different process. It was a very different process. And that was also 30 years ago, so things sure have changed. But in this process, because it is a cloud, this is an administrative review, this is the initial and the final plan. This is everything. So when Meadows at Cheshire came in, and I was around, they had a preliminary plan, and then they later came in with the final plan. That's not an option in this case. This is the final plan.
But the final plan didn't include landscaping for 100 houses. It had a concept.
Some phase it, I don't know if they did that, they might have. But yeah, if we bring in a big development phase by phase. we have
I can't speak to Meadows
No,
of
I
Cheshire.
understand. That was.
Harbor Point did.
Okay.
I
And
built
that was
5, 6
also-
homes over there, and that didn't have that process. Sherman Lakes didn't have that process.
Understood.
Neither
This
did
is-
Summerwood.
This is the OCPG, it's different. I mean, I don't have an explanation except to say it's different. I mean, anybody else able to explain it better than
No.
I mean, it's, for example, on your drawing, it says, proposed mixed-use commercial / residential west building, 5509 square feet, like, but it's asking in the OCPD for you to write exact dimensions of the building. And it kind of just seems like things are getting shifted, you know.
See, I don't have a building specifically designed for that area. If somebody comes in and wants to take the entire piece and adjust the shape, but it's within, the development text says it must be within that 10,000 square feet. It has to have X number of parking. They're meeting the code with all the design of the building and everything else meets the code. It's not supposed to be exactly 20 feet over, 2 foot out, 30 feet over, 2 foot, jog back. That's a specific building that's being built. A specific house that you would be requiring me to build, and that's not how any condominium project that I've ever seen has happened. Now they might have the clubhouse drawn fully and have some landscaping and stuff figured out for that. And then you're tied to that specific shape. But I just have an area, and then I want to be able to resolve the shape.
The greenery had condos. They had
And they're rentals.
Yeah, and those are rentals, it's a different type of zoning, but They,
it's a TPUD.
what is it?
TP.
Rentals?
Yeah.
Anyway, but they did come in with, you know, these
It's like,
houses
what,
here.
96 homes, rental homes coming.
So they had their plot laid out.
So, and one more example I'll give of this, I'm sorry, it's taking more time, but for example, the minimum rear yard, 30 feet for single-family detached dwellings on fee simple ownership lots and attached garages, 15 feet for accessory buildings, attached units or detached condominiums as approved per the final development plan. So we have to approve that final development plan. That's, I believe.
Yes, but it's not the same setbacks as what's required for a house on a single family lot. It's as approved.
Right,
So
but
it's allowed to
has show-
vary.
You have to show us where those houses are in order for us to approve that plan, correct? Those condos.
Well, if it's 15 feet back from the street, 30 feet from the side yard, from the adjacent, you know the area, the build area. You know where the build area is going to occur.
I'm just saying, like, I'm stating the fact from the OCPUD language. You know, and what it's saying in the OCPUD language in the beginning is this is a development plan you're bringing to us to approve.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, like you have these three drawings, it doesn't specify an exact house anywhere, but it actually shows where the house is, you know, where you're planning to put the 30 or the 40 or
Yes.
that level of detail. I mean,
Well, I
obviously
guess-
you don't know what exactly you're gonna
Yeah,
have.
I guess
But
what
you
I
have
was-
like, here is going to be a building, here's a typical landscape package specific to that type of building. Because like that landscape, even just a typical per building, you don't have that anywhere in. So-
No, I didn't think to create that
But that's
exact.
what we mean, like, whether or not, we don't necessarily need to know exactly what 30 houses are gonna be there, like dimensionally. It has to be exactly this foot by this foot, it has to be 2-story and this gable, but we need to know where those buildings will sit so that we can show and we can see that they're gonna meet the setback or they're not gonna meet the setback. Like, it can't be this, where it's just area based and you say, I'm gonna put 30 houses there.
Well, footprint work?
Footprint, I mean,
Well,
that's.
the
I mean,
code-
I mean, that's
Yeah.
really all I'm looking
Maybe
for.
housing
You're-
envelope is what most people do.
Your code says the exact location of building footprints or envelopes within which dwelling units are to be constructed.
Right.
It doesn't say you have to delineate each separate building, you just have to show the envelope where things are going to be built.
And so when I come back with a design that shows 30 single-family homes, that's the max density I would have there. I would still like to have the freedom that if people only wanted to build 24 homes, because they build, bigger homes, that I'm not violating the rules by putting less homes
Well, no, but at that
in
point, you
that,
get
in that build
into,
envelope.
at that point, you get into a modification of your plan.
Well, the plan would be up to a certain number of homes. That would be what we request approval for, and so if we build less than that, there would be no need for modification. We wouldn't be trying to do anything above and beyond what's been approved. So if we
I think
request.
you're right with that. If you
say-
had to do more, you would need a modification.
So if we made two houses 60 foot wide, we'd lose one house, but we haven't changed the overall, we've lessened the density in that case. If somebody wanted a third car garage, for instance, that would be an example where we would have that.
That seems
So, so I guess what I was thinking is I would come back and say, here's the typical front, load house that we're gonna have of 40 or more width, and we're gonna have, here's the driveway, here's the 3 landscaping beds that we're gonna call out. Those beds would get longer if the house got bigger, because they are to be the length, minus the driveway and the sidewalk. And that would apply to every house when we submit a plan. It needs to show that it has that. Unless it's on a side street, then it needs to show some additional. I have an example for that. We say this is what our side yard should look like.
And that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
We say that we.
Yes, that's what I'm,
Those are these.
yeah, so not all, not putting all 30 houses with all that landscaping in there, but I'm giving you an example of this is what the
Yes.
landscaping is supposed
Yes.
to be.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, I mean, as much specificity as you can give, we understand we need some latitude, of course. And some places, Jerry, you help me with this, have sort of said, well, we will commit to X number of, 3-inch caliber trees every 20 feet or something like that. So that,
yes.
so that,
Well, that's the street
well,
tree.
you're not putting it in front of the garage, or you can move it as long as you meet those.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I
so
don't
we
write that
don't,
language, so.
we don't really show the street tree until and that's what our landscaper didn't put it in because he didn't know specifically where the building was gonna
Some people
be.
say one on each side of each driveway. I mean, there are a lot of ways to do it, and I'm sure your landscapers probably had some experience with this. But like I said, if you decide to, go with Elon Musk to Mars and sell this project, we need whoever the next person taking over to have the same expectations. So
Yeah.
the dialogue's great, but we do need it.
It's just like the Hyatt Road. It's like they came in, they got their approval for the development, now they're selling it and backing out. So then they are marketing it as, oh, it's already been approved for this in Berlin Township.
And you can try to do a commercial back there too if you want to,
According to their thing. So it's like, that's where we just need to be able to have accountability to what you are saying you're doing and being able to enforce that. And we can't do that if it's just like, oh, here's this plan, this plan, this plan, it could be this, propose this, And then, but I think really, if you look at 1803 D5, it tells the I guess there's page numbers, but it tells the development plan shall be to scale of at least 1 to 100 feet and shall show the proposed uses of the site, locations of the buildings, structures, streets, roadways, and parking areas. All required design features, including the following, and then it lists all of these things that are required to be in that development plan in order for it to be approved by the board. So that there is no deviation.
And then to be measured by the zone.
Yes. And enforceable.
Yes. Everything has to be able to be enforceable. And that's the thing is without all of the detail there, it's very hard to enforce when it wasn't already in the plans. So the writing down is one thing, but when it's already in the plans, it's much easier to enforce. So.
Well, I understand, but I think the point I have is if I have a 200-foot length, stretch of land that's 30 feet from the rear yard and 21 feet for the garage, the garage door back, as long as my buildings are 10 feet apart and 40 foot wide minimum.
Then you're fine.
That's the latitude that I want.
I think you can set that within those.
Yes, and so the other subdivision.
The maximum.
We had actually had, a dotted line showing that, what we call the buildable area.
Yes.
And so you knew that nothing was supposed to fall out of
Correct.
that space. And then I can show the example of how 40 fits into that. And I guess I don't need to confuse anyone by showing any lesser, but I need to have that latitude if somebody does, want to buy a building, but they want a 3-car garage and they're willing to pay a premium for that. I'm also I'm losing a spot. I need to find somebody that wants to meet up, with them. Okay.
The only other thing that everyone was concerned about the separation of this area from the other communities when that buffering. So I would emphasize in there how you're going to address that so that it addresses most of the residents' issues. Pine trees or separation between your.
I just need to know the spacing on the pine trees.
Your landscape architect should be able to tell you that at maturity.
Yes. Because I looked at his spacing and I thought it was nice how he had everything spaced out to allow for that growth. Like I said in the past, I've had people want to require a more dense so that you can't see anything now, But you're really planning so you can't see anything in the future.
'Cause I can look through my backyard and see in the windows at Meadows Cheshire.
Sure.
Or Fish Lane.
They're not that bad, are they?
Maybe going my direction.
All right, well, thank you, and we'll see you December 12th.
Was there a vote on the record?
Do we need to address, or we have to table?
We just need you to ask if we can table till the 12th.
Could you please table to the 12th?
I'll make a motion. Our applicant has made a request to table this function until December 12th at a time certain. And so I'm going to read table BZC 22-005, filed by John Angelo Burke and J. Angelo Builders on 7034 Apple Road until December 12th.
7:30?
7 p.m.
No, but 7, we have elections on the 12th first.
Yeah.
Oh, so 7:30.
Time certain,
To do both the zoning and
No,
the.
BZA is doing.
The BZA is doing on a different time.
Are
You
they?
can do it at 7, just do it at 7, because that would take 5 minutes to do your elections. Unless you want to hang around for 25 minutes and do that.
No,
Did I have a second?
but at 7 o'clock.
7, right? Okay, who was that, Jenny?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Kaplan?
Yes.
Ms. Slopes?
Yeah.
Mr. Christopher?
Yes.
Ms. Brown? Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. We will see you on the 12th and look forward to your application being received here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, audience. Come back to these meetings.
Hold on, so we are actually looking, has it been approved yet for we need one more zoning, alternate.
Yes, we do.
So we need someone that because we already have someone missing that couldn't be here tonight. Actually, Tara couldn't be here tonight, she butts up. So we need an alternate. So if anyone is interested in being an alternate, that means coming to the meetings and then sitting to hear things when one of us can't be here.
You can't vote on this.
Yeah, you can vote on
You know,
this. Yeah, but we really need someone, because the hard thing is you see, like, we're missing a 5th person, and we can do that, we can go down to 3, but it just gets harder because there's not as many points of view, so it's so much better when we have alternates that are able to be here.
And it will always be in your backyard
Yeah, so it's always in your backyard. And you're hearing every single one.
then. And you learn a lot about the process.
Honestly, we're all different backgrounds. We're residents. That's the thing, is we're all residents. And so.
And they're not getting paid a whole lot of money to do this either.
We are? Oh.
So, if you want to reach out to Kathy and Jake tomorrow, I think they can.
Yeah, the application is online.
Yeah.
Okay, so we still have
What are you gonna
some
do?
things
I